Today. So I'm just going to ask if you can, and I know it's not wonderful, but please try and move to the middle of the rows because other people are still coming into the session. And please try and remain in the middle section until such time as it's full. Good morning. It's actually quite a cool day today. This is the first of the National Dialogue pilot series. And I think it's quite fitting. You know, the queers lead on many things. And in this instance, we are leading on the pilot series itself. There will be several pilot dialogues that will take place in the next couple of months, but this is the one that's signifying that the pilot dialogues are going ahead. And I think for those of you who've been participating until now in the process, there's something about us going first that I think is quite important. So with that said, I'd like to introduce myself. For those who don't know me, I'm Anzio Jacobs. I've had the fortunate role of participating in the National Dialogue until today, and I will be your MC/facilitator for this discussion. I do want to open off just explaining how the discussion has been framed. When we were first addressed earlier on this year with the steering committee of the National Dialogue, the head of state, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, asked us to really consider the role of the dialogue as it comes to healing. And so you'll see that today's program has been framed around healing. Of course, we that are part of the Lgbtqia+++++, we know that healing is a very big part of something that we are needing to do as a sector, not only between each other, but also as the sector plays its role in broader South African society. And so this dialogue is termed a dialogue for healing, belonging, and it is really centered around the voices of the Lgbtqia+ community. I think it's also important to note how people came to the room, because oftentimes these spaces are exclusionary by default. And we find that it's only those with resources that can come and join the conversation. I think it's important to point out that a big amount of effort went into ensuring that those that couldn't easily transport themselves were accommodated and given transportation to get here. And it was quite a headache. I remember an emergency meeting taking place this week to reestablish some of the routes. And that was really to ensure that those that really needed the support got it. Of course, these processes won't be perfect. And there are those that weren't able to be in the room. But I do want to reassure you that as part of the Lgbtqia+ cluster, the decision is that the dialogue will move. It will go to different provinces, it will go to different places, and we'll try and get more people involved along the way. But this is an important part of the discussion to attend in its inception, because it will set the tone for what the other discussions do going forward. I'm going to be a bit mischievous. In the welcome and purpose of this session, I do want to encourage a few things. Please understand that for these processes to happen, particularly when we have high-level officials in the room, there are some protocols that need to be followed. But to give you some comfort, these protocols have been discussed and established with the VVIPs that are part of the room, and there is an understanding that we will be mindful of how much airtime they take up, because the purpose of this exercise is for us to speak amongst each other. And so that is something that we do want to foreground. It is something that has been acknowledged by both of the DMs in the room with us, and we thank them for their participation. They'll be introduced momentarily. In terms of the purpose of this discussion, we have had preceding conversations about some of the thematics that need to be prioritized. And so I do want to just give a sense that we will be talking about healing and trauma, and also we'll be talking about gender equality, expression, and inclusion as part of this program today. But I also want to say that if you feel that maybe there's a segment that we are not focused on enough, or if there's something that's burning that needs to come to this agenda, there will be an opportunity within the agenda to make those inputs. So please don't feel like you are muffled in this conversation or you can't say the things that you need to say. The one thing that I can say with my chest is, as your facilitator, I will be sure to create the room for those opinions and thoughts as they are coming about. With that said, I'd like us to please all stand so that we can observe the national anthem. Before you're seated, can I please just ask us to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? If we could please observe that moment of silence now. Thank you. You may be seated. So as I mentioned, we'll be joined by several more people. There are still buses that are en route coming in to join us in the session today. But just before we get there, I'd like to point out some house rules for the discussion. I anticipate that we'll have quite an engaged discussion today. I imagine that you have come here from your various places of residence to say something. And I did want to point out that maybe we are not going to say things that everybody agrees with in the room. But a very important part of our dialogue principles is that if we are to dialogue, everybody needs to have the opportunity to be heard. And so the following rules I hope we can observe, and maybe if you've got more, maybe I forgot one or two, please feel free to indicate that you want to add to these house rules. But the first house rule is that we will have respectful engagement. It doesn't matter what you are saying, we will respect each other in this room. And if I'm facilitating the discussion and I feel like someone's being particularly disrespectful, I will stop you from speaking, point out that the behavior is disrespectful, and we will commence with the conversation. I do also think that fair is fair. If you're given the opportunity to engage and you disrespect each other on more than one occasion, if it's the same person that is disrespectful, we'll ask for them to be removed from the room. This will just ensure that we can have a balanced conversation today, because while we may have different opinions to one another, everybody's voice can be heard in the room, and we can have a structured conversation in this way. In the second, I'd like to ask, please can we avoid generalizations? When we are making our observations, can we speak from our lived experience? This is quite important because as we talk amongst each other, Sometimes we talk about others in a way that is not our reality, and we can't possibly know on behalf of others. We can only know what we know. I'd also like to ask that our inputs are data, research-driven, or lived experience-driven. So please don't guess information to participate in the conversation. If you don't know, acknowledge that you don't know and allow those that know to speak. If we do this, we can allow for people to engage in a way that is helpful, to show us evidence of what they are speaking about, but also ensuring that if you have a lived experience that is different to the next person, that you will have the opportunity to speak from your lived experience, and others maybe will speak from the perspective of a data-driven approach. Finally, we're going to avoid at all cost generalizations. I know that we are a sector that uses pronouns, they, them, theirs, sie, their, all of the good ones. But when we are using generalizations, especially around they and them, we might cause harm in this conversation. And so I'd like us to be mindful of that when we're talking about they and them, we are talking about other human beings that are sitting amongst us here in this room. And so these will be the grounding principles for this discussion. We'll observe these. I think the other ones you know, I don't need us to go into much detail. There is free Wi-Fi. I'd be loath to hear a Grindr notification go off in the room, so please put your phones on silent. If that's what you're using the Wi-Fi for, good on you, just make sure we don't hear it. In the second instance, I'd like to ask that if you are able to remain off your phones for as long as possible. There are many people that wanted to be in the room that couldn't be, and while I understand that you might have things going on in your personal life and at home, if we can engage respectfully, that also looks like making eye contact and seeing each other here in the room. When we do the breakaway sessions, we will break out into the four corners of the room, so we won't be moving around the venue too much. This will enable us to have smaller focused conversations where more people will be heard. With that said, I'm going to talk you through the running order. The first segment will be the pleasantries and the formal segment of the program. We will have remarks made by the project lead of the National Dialogue, as well as the co-chairperson of the Management Committee of the Steering Committee in the National Dialogue process. That will be followed by a keynote address, which will be jointly shared by the two deputy ministers who are in the room with us, and I think have been champions in our sector for quite some time now. We really do appreciate their time and making it in this particular moment. Just to say that one of the DMs has indicated that they need to leave. We do appreciate that they've taken the time to be here. But while we are launching the first of the pilot dialogue series, there are others that are starting to engage their conversations, and so the DM is going to excuse themselves just to join one of the other proceedings today. It's no disrespect for us or to us, but this has been pre-planned, and we do appreciate the time that they've made. Then we'll have an official opening remark by one of the co-chairs of the sector before moving into our thematic discussions. Our first thematic discussion will focus on healing and trauma. We'll transition from the plenary session into kind of the breakaway space. And in the breakaway space, our trauma conversation will be focused on three areas. The three areas are family, society, and friends, institutions, work, school, and government. And the last one is around ourselves. And the self here, I imagine, is individual and communal. Then we will have the report backs from those breakaway sessions in the first segment. Thereafter, we'll have a lunch break. I apologize to be this person, but we are over an hour late on the commencement of this program. So instead of a 1 hour lunch break, I'm going to ask for your indulgence to do 45 minutes. That will enable us to move forward with the program and finish on time. The next thematic focus will be around gender, equality, expression, and inclusion. It will be the same format. We will have a presentation that is made on some of the content. We'll break up into smaller breakaway groups and then have a report back before the closing segment, where we'll hear from one of the rapporteurs for the session, and the closing remarks should leave us around 5:30 this evening. So that's the running order. Is there, just before we go too far, is there anybody that feels vehemently opposed to this? If you really don't want us to discuss these things, can I please see if there's any major concern? Okay, so there has been the opportunity for us to engage, and you have been given the opportunity to now input into the agenda. You've heard what it is. If we are transparent and we can see that there's an opportunity to engage, I think we'll have a good time today. With that said, I would like to invite Amogelang, who I don't see. Oh, Amogelang, just to share with us some safety considerations for our discussion today and point the toilets out to us, because that might help.
Good morning. My name is Amogelang Temane. I will be your safety officer for the day and for the duration of the event. Honorable Deputy Ministers, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege and honor to welcome you to this prestigious event of the National Dialogue. Welcome to Tshwane University of Technology. The People's University that strive from good to great. With your indulgence, may I take a moment just to highlight few important housekeeping and protocols. We've got emergency doors that are marked. We've got at the back, on my right-hand side, we've got one. On my left-hand side, we've also got one. And also on the side, we've got one that will lead us into assembly point. Should there be any medical attention, we also have our ambulances and EMEC people. VIP and honorable ministers, please being given the priority and the guidance assisted by the protocol officer and the security personnel. We respectfully request guests to remain seated when the VIPs are entering or exiting. Our restroom will just be outside the auditorium. On the passage, there's a signage that shows where our restrooms are. Please, can we kindly, all access routes be clear and emergency exit be clear at all times. I thank you for your cooperation and I wish you a successful and memorable event. I thank you.
I'd like to give you some assurance that as the presentation was being made, our dignitaries said, in the case of emergency, we are all equal. Don't worry, you won't be asked to be seated if the building is burning. And I do thank them for that. Of course, it is a protocol issue that senior level government officials engage in particular ways, but I do want to thank the two DMs that are with us today. They have ensured that even as they are engaging, that there's an understanding that we are equal in this room and that they are just fulfilling their duties in the roles that they do play. So thank you for that. I do want to point out that we are streaming online. We are on the TUT YouTube page. And so if you are in touch with others that might want to be in the room and can't be, please tell them that they are able to observe on the TUT page. If there are comments, there is also a Teams link, and I'm sure most of you who are here are part of a WhatsApp group, and so I'll ask just that the steering committee members share the requisite links online. I think I saw one there already for Teams this morning. In the second instance, I'd like to point out that the National Dialogue has an app, and the it's an emergency concern if the door won't open. If we could please ask for some assistance with the door. There we go. I do think that we must point out that there's online participation. Please, if you are taking pictures in the room, consent. Please check with the people that you are taking photos of that you may post those pictures. Of course, there are sensitivities, particularly in this dialogue space. With that said, I do want to hand over to Mr. Edgar Mabote, who is the project lead for the National Dialogue. Edgar, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I'm not going to be long. I was imposed on to, so I needed to do some few remarks by Daboho. So one of the first things I'd like to say is congratulations to this sector. This is the first dialogue to be held of thousands. We anticipated 13,400 dialogues to be held between now and next year. So you being the pioneers is a very big step that you have taken, and you are taking the lead. From ourselves as the Secretariat, I come from NETLEC. NETLEC is housing the National Dialogue. So basically, we are enabling the National Dialogue to happen, issues pertaining to the budget, the governance, and everything. So that basically comes from our office. In certain quarters, we are very unpopular because people see us as a bottleneck to getting certain access to certain resources, but we've got a responsibility as the Secretariat housing the National Dialogue to make sure that things happen according to the process that has been defined, so that we don't end up with controversial issues that will take us 10 steps backwards. So for us, that is our responsibility as the Secretariat within the National Dialogue. One of the key messages that I thought perhaps I should share is that this process is all-inclusive. The steering committee has got 39 sectors. The LGBTQI+, I'm still learning the lingo, is one of the 39. So you can imagine in the context of what you represent, you've taken a leapfrog, and people are going to learn from what has transpired today. So for me, I feel very privileged to be part of this process and to experience it. Every voice needs to be heard, and this is one of the key messages, even from the Secretariat, that we say we will protect every voice, because what needs to be heard are issues that impact individuals and communities. We come from a society where certain voices have always been marginalized. And this is a transformation process that we need to make sure that we level the playing field. So always have that at the back of your mind to say you are protected, you need to say what you need to be said, obviously respectfully, and everything that goes with it. Communities need to dialogue about the issues, because sometimes South Africans, we are easy to talk about issues that are troubling us, but very little time is directed to what the solution should be, right? So I would like to encourage that as we get into the dialogues, also focus on the solutions, because this is what we want to hear from South Africans. What are the possible solutions are? Why I say so? We are on a journey towards a social compact. So that is basically the objective. When all the dialogues are done, at the end of the day, there must be a social compact. Social compact means it's an agreement between society and the government, people that would enable these things to happen. So see that as part of the process. The people that are supposed to assist this process to move forward may not necessarily have all the answers, and the answers reside within the communities. So from a project point of view, this is basically what is being looked at. So for me, it's one of the key issues that I would like us to emphasize on, to say, see yourself on a journey towards a social compact. There is a poem that I always like to say, because initiatives of this nature are critical in understanding why we do certain things. This poem was delivered in 1910, so many moons ago. People say, history is not important, but in certain respects, it's very important. It was said by the former president of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. I think he was addressing the army. I have remodeled it to make it relevant for purposes of the, but I think the message is critical. And it goes as follows, open quote. It is not the critic who counts, not the person who points out how the strong one stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit goes to the person who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcomings, but who strives to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasm, great devotions, who spends themselves in a worthy cause, who at the best knows the triumph of high achievements, and who at the worst, if they fail, at least fail while daring greatly. So that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who never know victory nor defeat. This is a title called Being in the Arena. And I see this process as you being in the arena, doing the things that need to be done. So from us as the Secretariat within the National Dialogue process, we wish you success in your engagement, and we look forward to your contributions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mabute. I'd like to now call upon Tanya van Meulen, who is the co-chair of the steering committee in MANCO.
Deputy Ministers, comrades, fellow activists, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here, because you inspire me. It's easy for us to complain. It's hard to fix. You're the first sector that has stepped forward to start fixing. You've come here to engage, debate, to think about what is the South Africa that we want, what is the South Africa that we don't want. So I feel immensely privileged to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The one thing that we can do, and we know from our history, I've got grey hair, I see many of you are much younger, but we know that our struggles result in changing the status quo. We've seen that, we've lived that. I'm sure you live that on a daily basis. So this is the chance for us now to continue our struggle. We're not here to just talk nicely. Talking is nice, but we're here to change our world. We're here to say, what is it that we want to change? How is it that we want to change it? Every single one of you, if I could look each of you in the eye and take a pause, I would. Every single one of you is important. Every single one of your voices is important. We want to hear it. I want to see how we change the world going forward. Underlying the national dialogue are a few principles. The one thing is that the national dialogue should bring about radical change. Not little changes here or there. It invites us to be bold in rethinking or thinking about what future we want and how we want to get there. Radical change. A second key pillar of the national dialogue is rapid response. So government has said where problems are identified, where we can engage with people, let's see how we can try and respond to improve the lives of people on a continuous basis. So we have a challenge now. We've got a government saying, we're here, we're ready to engage, we want to respond. Let us all say, this is what we think you should be doing. This is how you can help us. This is what we can do. And the last pillar of the national dialogue is rebuilding and healing. So the Constitution recognizes the traumas of our past, the injustices of the past. But we know we live with injustices and traumas now too. Let us show how we can rebuild society and heal in the way we're engaging ourselves. It's not just the vision of the future that's important, it's how we're engaging. So, colleagues, comrades, activists. Thank you. I don't want to wish you good luck, because luck only gets you so far. I want to wish you good struggle. And I look forward to engaging and listening to everybody for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. It seems like we're catching up well with time, so thank you. It will leave a lot of room for engagement a bit later today. I think something that was said was there is no effort without error or shortcoming, and certainly the road to get here has been full of error and shortcomings, but the fact that we got here means that something went right as well. With that said, I would like to call on one of the co-chairs, Leanne Walker, to come and do the introductions of the DMs.
Program Director, distinguished guests, colleagues, activists, community leaders, partners in civil societies, allies, and friends. It is my privilege to introduce our Deputy Ministers. Firstly, our first speaker, the Honourable Andrew Snell, Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. Deputy Minister Snell's public life began as shaped a deep commitment to justice, constitutional democracy, and human rights. Thanks.
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much, but no, thank you. No, Program Director and co-chairpersons of the LGBTQIA+ sector of the National Dialogue Steering Committee, my colleague and comrade, Deputy Minister Lgbtqia, comrades and friends. A very, very good morning to all. Maybe just one short little note on this issue of protocol, which I think is very important. We live in a constitutional democracy. Deputy Minister Lgbtqia and I are not royalty. We are not honorable because of anything in our genetic makeup. We are honorable. Why? We are honorable because the people who elected us are honorable. That is why we're called honorable. Not because of ourselves. We're elected, and we function, we're elected in terms of the Constitution, and we work in terms of a Constitution. And I think that is why a certain respect is shown to elected leaders, not because they are gods or demigods. We respect those who we have democratically entrusted to represent us and to ensure that the values and the prescripts of the Constitution are implemented. So I think that, because any other approach to protocol I just find very uncomfortable, to put it mildly. I think also just to say thank you very, very much for being part of this very important and historic pilot dialogue. Really, I think it is showing the way. I think it's also very significant that this is taking place during Pride Month and Youth Month, and also the year in which we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the adoption of our Constitution in May of 1996. And I think the Constitution is a very, very good place to start. And for that reason, I would very humbly request that before we proceed any further, that we all stand and recite the preamble to the Constitution of the Republic. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country,
and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, and build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Nkosi sikelele Afrika. Morena buluka sichava sa Jesu. Hotsi in South Africa. God bless South Africa. Mudzimu fatuchedza Africa. Hosi katekisa Africa. Thank you very much. I think that preamble is a very, very powerful reminder, both of where we come from, who we are, and the values that inform what we seek to become as a nation. An enterprise that is also central to this national dialogue, the question of the nation that we seek to become. And I think it is something that we really, in the spirit of this 30th anniversary of the Constitution, appeal that we make the reciting of the preamble a standard part of all of our gatherings, whether it be in schools, whether it be in formal government functions, or even our social functions, along with the singing of the national anthem. And I think for me it's important, the dialogue is absolutely central to who we are as a nation and how we came to be the constitutional democracy that we are today. Today, as we gather for a historic moment, this is not simply another meeting. It's a fundamentally important opportunity for the LGBTQIA+ persons across Gauteng to bring their lived experiences, their truth, their hopes, their aspirations, and their policy recommendations to the heart of our democracy. The National Dialogue is a citizen-led, inclusive process designed to unite diverse voices, rebuild trust, and create a shared vision for the country's future. The best way to confront urgent and persistent challenges such as inequality, corruption, social division, poverty, unemployment is through open dialogue that leads to concrete action and accountability. The Steering Committee of the National Dialogue of South Africa was confirmed by President Ramaphosa in December last year and includes representatives from 33 sectors and 6 sub-sectors, together with presidential nominees, members of the Convention Organizing Committee, and co-opted experts. The pilot dialogue implementation framework is the guiding plan adopted by the Steering Committee in May of 2026 to ensure inclusivity, accessibility, and consistency across the country. And I think it's in that context that we meet here today. We gathered during Pride Month, Youth Month, and the year in which our nation celebrates the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution. And I think it's important because Pride Month is rooted in resistance. It honors those who refuse to be silenced in the face of criminalization, stigma, and violence. Every June, the world comes alive with color, music, and unity as we celebrate Pride Month as a global tribute to the resilience and the dignity of the LGBTQIA+ community. Yet the month is not simply about parades and festivals. It's rooted in history, a moment of defiance that changed the course of human rights forever. On the 28th of June 1969, at the Inn in New York City, members of the LGBTQIA+ community rose against injustice when the morals police squad raided the bar. What began shortly after midnight erupted into days of confrontation between the police and gay rights activists. The Stonewall uprising became a spark, a tipping point that ignited the modern movement for equality in the United States and inspired a global struggle for LGBTQIA+ rights. Today, Pride Month is a beacon of hope and solidarity. Millions gather across continents to march and remember. Parades fill the streets while memorials honor those who lost their lives to hate crimes and violence. In South Africa, Pride carries its own profound and moving history. The legacy of Pride resonates deeply in South Africa, where democracy itself was born from a struggle against oppression. We traditionally celebrate Pride in October, marking the anniversary of the first South African Pride Parade held in Johannesburg on the 13th of October 1990. And one that I can say with pride I attended. The march was more than a parade. It was a declaration of courage during a period of immense political and social transformation, a promise that equality belongs to all. On the morning of the 13th of October 1990, we marched together with activists and organizers such as Simon Nkoli, Edwin Cameron, Bev Dietze, and organizations such as the Gay and Lesbian Organization of the Witwatersrand, GLOW. We marched through the streets of Hillbrow while police stood on both sides of the road. There was a sense of hope, of triumph and defiance, but also fear. Some marchers could not risk having their identities revealed, so they wore brown paper bags over their heads with cutouts around the eyes, nose, and mouth. Justice Cameron, as he would later become known, said, and I quote, "We wanted people to march, even if they did not want to be identified and wore paper bags. Of course, it was also a political symbol. I'm wearing this paper not because I'm ashamed, but because other people are scared. I will never forget it. Criminal law is for criminals. Gays and lesbians are not criminals." Close quote. Bev Dietze, organizer and member of GLOW, said, and I quote, "We were a mishmash of diverse people, united by one goal, to be seen, to be heard, and one day to be treated with dignity and respect that is enjoyed by other human beings." Close quote. Simon Nkoli, for me, a very special person who I first met while I was a student activist at the University of Pretoria, and he was a treason trialist in the Delmas treason trial. He said, and I quote, "I'm black and I'm gay. I cannot separate the two parts of me into secondary and primary struggles. In South Africa, I'm oppressed as a black person, and I'm oppressed because I am gay. So when I fight for my freedom, I must fight for both oppressions, all intolerance, all injustice." Close quote. I highlight these quotations for two reasons. Firstly, as we look back 36 years later, we can truly acknowledge how far we've come as a nation and the progress that we've made in promoting and protecting LGBTQIA+ rights. But it also gives us an opportunity to assess and to reflect on how far we still have to go. And I think that is central to the national dialogue. Secondly, we honor these and other activists. It's because of their unwavering advocacy and tireless pursuit of justice that we have the legal and constitutional framework and the jurisprudence that make the protection and promotion of LGBTQIA+ rights possible. Just as Pride was born out of defiance, Youth Month too emerged from defiance. We commemorate the courage of the 1976 generation. Today's LGBTQIA+ youth challenge us to make real the constitutional promise that everyone is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. Their voices remind us that democracy is not complete until it is lived in every heart, every family, and every community. Our Constitution, adopted in 1996, gave us a vision of a society rooted in dignity, equality, and freedom. It's more than a legal framework. It's more than the supreme law of the country. It's the foundation of our democracy, rooted in human dignity, equality, and freedom. In many ways, it is who we are and want to be. 30 years after its adoption, it remains a beacon that enables us to build the future we want as South Africans. The Constitution is progressive because it not only recognizes the injustices and the inequalities of the past, but places an obligation on government and communities to work to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We're celebrating this important milestone of the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution under the theme, One Nation, One Constitution, One Nation, Reflect, Renew, Recommit. And I think that theme is very, very important because it addresses some of the central issues that we are facing as a South African nation at the moment. One Constitution, One Nation speaks to the question that much as we are committed to building a nation united in our diversity, the reality is that those forces that are pulling us apart on the basis of race, gender, ethnicity, and increasingly also the question of national origin, lead us to ask the question, in the case of being united in our diversity, are we more united or are we more diverse? And I think that's a very important issue that we need to engage in our national dialogue. To reflect, renew, and recommit, we're not suggesting that we should uncritically accept the Constitution and our constitutional democracy. We're saying that we must start with a reflection of the road that to look where we come from, the road that we've traveled, but also to confront very openly and honestly the challenges that our society faces at the moment, and ask the difficult questions as to whether everything in the Constitution is adequate in order to address those challenges. But that is a dialogue that also needs to happen with due care and circumspection, and in a very responsible and informed way. And I think that's another important pillar of this national dialogue. It calls upon us to renew, because many of the institutions that we've created and have served us well have also been under sustained assault from state capture, from corruption, and, as we've seen now through the Madlanga Commission, through criminal infiltration. And there's a very urgent need for us to renew on that and other fronts. But importantly, we also need to recommit to continuing that journey, to realize that there are generations that went before us, that fought and struggled under difficult or other conditions, different conditions. That struggle had its own set of objectives. But the struggle is not something that will ever come to an end. It's an ongoing process. And every generation will conduct that struggle with objectives appropriate to its time, but also under different conditions. I belong to a generation whose primary objective was politically to defeat apartheid and to build a democracy. But there are many, many objectives of that struggle that are still unattained. It's up to the present generation to take and to build upon the foundation and to build in the conditions of democracy, to take that struggle forward. And I think that's also a very important part of the national dialogue. The commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the Constitution should be a national civic renewal campaign, a coordinated multi-sectoral program that reaffirms constitutionalism as a cornerstone of our national identity and as a living instrument for justice, equality, and development. Cabinet has approved a year-long whole-of-government and whole-of-society celebration. The goals of that are to celebrate and reaffirm constitutional values, to educate and engage citizens, especially youth, to reflect on and evaluate the performance of democracy, to promote the rule of law in everyday life, to strengthen institutional trust and accountability, to foster national unity and social cohesion, and to recommit to the transformation of our society. And I think there's a great convergence in those objectives and also the objectives of the national dialogue. And just as the constitution-making process itself was inclusive, this year's national commemoration must be inclusive, involving multiple stakeholders, including government departments, Chapter 9 institutions, civil society, academia, organized labor, business, traditional and religious leaders, youth formations, educational institutions, just as the national dialogue should. Section 9 of the Constitution enshrines protections against unfair discrimination on the grounds of race, sex, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, and birth. I think we must also recognize that the inclusion of sexual orientation in the anti-discrimination clause was a very long struggle in and of itself. And I think it illustrates the point for the need of all sectors of society to come together and to converge in those struggles. Because that was a struggle of the community itself, of activists in the broader struggle, and those who at the time were negotiating at CODESA, because that clause on sexual orientation was first inserted into the 1993 interim constitution. And that didn't come about out of nowhere. I remember at that time, I was the regional and the branch secretary of the ANC in Pretoria Central, and we, together with the likes of Simon Nkoli and Edwin Cameron, also organized many, many fora to get report backs from the negotiating process in CODESA and on this issue of sexual orientation in particular. So many of the rights contained in the Constitution were also contained in the interim Constitution, and that was as a result of advocacy of civil society. I think it stands as evidence what can be achieved when civil society and government work together in dialogue. For over 3 decades, advocacy, civil society, courage have partnered with government to give life to these rights. We've enacted new laws and shaped new jurisprudence that affirm equality. The Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, the Alteration of Sex Description and Sex Status Act, the Labor Relations Act and the Medical Schemes Act, the Civil Union Act of 2006 that we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of this year. And again, not to personalize the issues, but I mean, if I look back over my 25 years in Parliament, that was probably one of the proudest and most significant moments of being in Parliament, to have been the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC and to ensure that that legislation, difficult and as controversial as it was for some, went through the processes, we built a consensus around it, We mobilized, we ensured, and that legislation was passed with one of the biggest majorities that any legislation has passed in Parliament. So again, I think, but the movement from that legislation, or how it was introduced in Parliament in the beginning, because it was still toying with the idea of having some amorphous something, some civil union. But through the concerted intervention by the sector, working with those in Parliament, we came to the inescapable conclusion that there's only one logical way to proceed, and that is to call it marriage. And that is what happened. And South Africa was probably one of the first countries in the world, and definitely on our continent. Most recently, the Prevention of and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act creates specific offenses for hate crimes and hate speech. The act, we hope that that act, or that will soon come into effect. The only thing that has been outstanding is the formulation of regulations. We're confident that those regulations will be promulgated in the next month or two. It'll be introduced in Parliament. Parliament will have 60 days within which to process those regulations. If Parliament within 60 days hasn't done so, the Act provides that they will be deemed to be approved, and the Hate Crimes Act will at long last come into effect. As I move to conclusion, I think, though, that as we conduct our national dialogue, we have to be mindful that that dialogue is taking place within a very worrying global international conjuncture. While we celebrate progress, we've got to confront the sobering reality that the world is seeing a regression in the fight for LGBTQIA+ rights. Last year, the ILGA World released new data and maps highlighting how laws that affect LGBTQIA+ people globally, 64 UN member states, criminalize consensual same-sex sexual acts. The death penalty is the legally prescribed penalty for consensual same-sex sexual acts in 7 UN member states. At least 61 UN member states have laws, rules, and regulations that limit freedom of expression related to sexual and gender diversity issues. At least 61 UN member states present legal barriers to freedom of association when registering and operating organizations openly advocating the rights of LGBTQIA people. In March this year, Mamba Online published the findings by Pew Research Center of its survey exploring what people around the world consider morally wrong. Homosexuality was one of the 9 topics on which the over 28,000 respondents were asked to express a moral judgment. The survey found that South Africa ranked 7th out of the 25 countries with the most conservative views on same-sex intimacy, with 49% of South Africans saying that homosexuality is morally wrong. We must add that this marks an improvement compared to 2013, when 62% said that homosexuality was morally unacceptable. Across Africa, anti-rights legislation is rising at an alarming pace. Draft charters and conferences seek to redefine family in ways that exclude same-sex relationships. This regression is well organized and well funded. Our response must be equally organized. And that's one of the reasons that we are here today. We must mobilize coalitions that unite state institutions, civil society, faith leaders, academics, trade unions, and most importantly, LGBTQIA+ communities themselves. We've called for building the broadest front to defend, consolidate, and advance our constitutional democracy, including progressive laws mean little if they remain distant from lived realities. And that's why structures like the National Task Team on SOGIESC matters, which is a partnership between government and civil society, is so important. I'm mindful of time, going to start moving. I think, but just to make the point that the National Task Team and the Rapid Response Team, with which I think hopefully many of you are involved and aware, I think is doing very, very good work. And we're also very fortunate that Deputy Minister Steve Lgbtqia, who used to be the civil society co-chair, continues in her governmental capacity to be involved. So, all in all, I think we really welcome that the national dialogue is getting underway, and that this is the first pilot project. But I think just to reiterate the point that we were making a bit earlier, and that we do live in a world in which there is a full-on and concerted assault against basic values of human rights, the rule of law, of human solidarity, of equality, of diversity, of inclusion. And it's unfortunately led by some of the most powerful nations in the world, or the leaders of some of the most powerful nations in the world. Unfortunately, they have, through the mobilization of resources, also established a foothold on our continent, and regrettably also increasingly in our own country. And I do think that that demands that as we embark upon this national dialogue, we really, really stand together in affirming the values of our constitutional. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. It's now our turn for Deputy Minister Steve Lgbtqia to come take the podium. I'll keep it short.
No, thank you so much, Leanne, and apologies. We thought, it's necessary that we keep these introductions short because sometimes they start sounding like obituaries. Let me thank the program director as well for facilitating this session, Anzio. Let me appreciate Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Honorable Andries Nel. Let me extend my greetings to the co-chairpersons and members of the LGBTI Sector Steering Committee who have done incredible work of pushing and directing and leading the sector to primarily organize within a much bigger national dialogue activity. So congratulations to yourselves as well. Let me appreciate members, of course, from the steering committee as well as the secretariat for supporting the team, supporting the nation, and steering us into conversations that matter. So thank you so much for also being here with us. Indeed, colleagues, let me extend my appreciation to the LGBTI formations, civil society organizations, activists who are here. Maqabane. Good day to you all. I want to really start by saying Happy International Pride Month. Niyabasabana. Niyabasabana. Amandla. Amandla. And that is the spirit we want dialogues to move in. And this dialogue is most important, really a convening that pilots whether it's possible to discuss, to reflect, but also to bring about courage and hope amongst ourselves, because this is our country. This beautiful land of ours will be made by us or will be destroyed by us. And that's the kind of an axe that we must navigate, all of us, in our diversity, united for that matter. So we gather at the Tshwane University of Technology in Pretoria West, in the province that carries many South Africans' contradictions. Gauteng is the economic heart of our country. Yet, it's also a place of deep inequalities. A province where universities and courts stand near townships, hostels, informal settlements, factories, communities, faith communities, social movements, and here, the promise of democracy and also the unfinished work of democracy stand side by side. And this is why this pilot matters. If the national dialogue is to mean anything, it must hear South Africans in its complexity. The boardrooms, the back rooms, and even those who are navigating grinders. The clinics, the campuses, the migrant, the worker, the disabled learner, the queer person who is told that constitutional freedom exists only if they do not ask too loudly for it to become real. The LGBTI sector is not gathered here as a special interest group or a decorative minority. So you're not gathering for that. We are here because there can be no honest national dialogue about South Africa's future if the lives, the fears, the dreams, the intelligence, and the leadership of LGBTI persons are treated as secondary to the nation. So the national dialogue has been framed as a citizen-led process to confront poverty, unemployment, inequality, corruption, violence, failing system, social fragmentation, and democracy fatigue. And that is the correct frame. I want us to be kind enough. Somebody sent me a message and said, maybe, people also have a bit of fatigue and so forth. But we must frame it, and we must converse about it, because what does the future look like if we don't? So, in this room, when we dialogue, we must be more specific. A social fabric that excludes LGBTI people is already torn. A democracy that asks some citizens to hide is not fully free. And a developmental model that forces people to choose between survival and authenticity is not developmental. So the LGBTI sector must use this national dialogue to defend the democratic floor and raise the developmental ceiling. The democratic floor is dignity, equality, freedom, non-racialism, non-sexism, and the refusal of any politics that says some people are more important or human than others. The developmental ceiling is legal recognition becoming real reality. Rights becoming safety, becoming work, healthcare, education, housing, belonging, and opportunity. So, Program Director, we meet in a year of extraordinary historical meaning for our country. South Africa marks 50 years since the June uprising, 70 years since the Women's March of 1956, and 30 years since the adoption of our Constitution. And as we've heard from my colleague, Honorable Nell, who explicitly spoke about the work that went into the Constitution, as well as how we adopted progressive legislation. This year also marks 20 years since the Civil Union Act. Now, these anniversaries are political mirrors. They ask us whether we have been faithful to the struggles that made democracy possible. Have we been faithful? Or it has been a selective faith towards it? In 1976, young people refused an education system designed for submission. They understood that Bantu education was part of a broader system designed to discipline black thought, aspiration, and possibility. LGBTI young people were there. But also LGBTI young people must inherit that courage and lead debates about economy, democracy, health, education, migration, climate, safety, technology, and the future of work. Because queer people do not live outside the national conditions. Of course, LGBTI, that's not the end of the day. We must speak about real things that affect us as well, across different sectors. LGBTI people experience unemployment too, poverty, public health failures, housing insecurity, and digital exclusion, with added layers of stigma, rejection, and danger. In 1956, the women who marched not far away from here, few kilometers from here, they marched to the Union building against past laws, but also against the system that controlled bodies, women bodies in particular, also black women bodies, that destroyed families, policed movements, exploited women's labor, and treated African women as subject without agency. The LGBTI sector must inherit their lessons that no struggle for freedom can be complete if it leaves other oppressed behind. We must refuse a politics that separates bread from dignity, gender justice from economic justice, disability inclusion from democratic participation, and queer freedom from the wider struggle for human rights. So program director, the late Simon Colley, you know, even yesterday I joined the film. I don't know, those of you who have time, you must go see this film that is playing in, it's being showcased at the University of Johannesburg. This is another way of telling a story about Simon Colley. And if you don't catch that film, go to the Gay and Lesbian Memory in Action. I don't know, it's archived now. Yeah, it's Gala now. It's Gay and Lesbian Memory in Action. There are ways that you can read about Simon Colley. But Simon Colley, the late, taught us that a person cannot divide their freedom into separate compartments. He reminded us that the struggle against racism and the struggle against homophobia cannot be separated, because the human being who is oppressed do not live in fragments. A black lesbian in a township, a transgender student on a campus, an intersex child in a rural community, a gay migrant in Johannesburg, a disabled queer person trying to access public services, a young queer person living with HIV are not experiencing the same South Africa. If the national dialogue cannot hear these differences, it will not hear the truth. Intersectionality is not division. It is political honesty. It recognizes that inclusion is not charity. It is a condition for meaningful development. A developmental model that excludes women, marginalized queer people, ignores disability, abandons rural communities, humiliates migrants, and treats the poor as administratively inconvenience is not development. It is a management strategy for inequality. So this is why the LGBTI sector must enter this dialogue, not only with testimonies, but with theory, not only with pain, but with proposals, not only with visibility. Enter this dialogue with power. We must not merely say that we are here. We must say that because we are here, the country must now be built differently. You know this slogan that we've always chanted? We are here, and we are going nowhere. Now it's about time to change that slogan. We must say we are here, and we're going everywhere. It's important for us to go everywhere. Enter even spaces that excluded us, denied us, reclaim, because we are not going to be locked in one corner. We belong everywhere. So, Program Director, as we mark the 30 years of South Africa's Constitution, we must remember that it was never intended to be a museum piece. The document, the preamble that we all have done, it's not a museum piece. It was born from struggle, negotiation, sacrifice, and insistence that a country once organized around exclusion could be organized around human dignity. So we have a duty. We have a duty to guard, protect, and defend the Constitution. Because if our Constitution remains weak, challenged, and those who want it to be completely changed, it will be a weak Constitution. It will be a Constitution that assaults and that mocks people. So, this is my clarion call to the LGBTI sector. Be selfish about this Constitution. The national dialogue must therefore become a constitutional renewal project for ourselves, not because the values of the Constitution are uncertain, but because the promises remains unfinished. We must also speak honestly about the moment in which we live. Across the world and across the continent, there is indeed a rising anti-gender, anti-rights, and anti-democratic movement that uses fear as a political weapon. It tells society that women's rights have gone too far. Queer people are a threat. Migrants are a problem. Disability exclusion is a burden. And equality is foreign. We have seen the organizing of hate and intolerance. Just last week, Ghana hosted a gathering called Family Values Conference. We must understand these movements have camouflaged. They have. But you must also understand they've learned how you as activists work. They've learned your strategies, your tactics. So even when we speak about understanding our ideology, understanding how we apply our strategies and tactics. They've landed. That's why they've camouflaged. They're using a more sophisticated language. They organize themselves using faith, tradition, and other ways. But it's organizing of hate. It's organizing that weaponizes politics. And these movements seek to erode not only just LGBTI existence, these movements want to even erode women's agencies, comprehensive sexuality education, and many rights that have been long won and gained. These movements does not only attack us as LGBTI people. What we have to understand, these movements are attacking democracy. Once a society accepts that one group's dignity can be debated, it becomes easier to debate the dignity of another. And that is why the rights of women, LGBTI people, persons with disability, migrants and refugees are not up for a renegotiation. Constitutional democracy is not up for negotiation. We must reject stigma. We must reject the path of hate and intolerance. That's what we must do. But we will be judged by the silence that exists. Because in what is happening, if we don't see people rising and fighting for others, as Martin once said, when I'm under attack, who will fight for me? So global lessons from national dialogues are clear. If constituencies enter dialogue without organization, demands, and leverage, it may leave with recognition but without power. Now you have a big task. Some of us have led this movement before. Now, of course, we're not going to rule from the grave. We will support the movement, but know exactly how you organize yourselves. Know exactly what your demands are and what you are ready to leverage on, so that you just don't walk away from these dialogues just by visibility and recognition. You must walk away with power, or else you would have betrayed all of us, because we are passing over this baton to you, who's leading us now. The LGBTI sector must leave this pilot with an architecture, a sector agenda, a provincial to national transmission mechanism, demands for the broader national dialogue, working groups, accountability lines, pooling all the different structures of LGBTI organizing. The national dialogue must pull everybody. Where there's LGBTI structure, pull all of them, because we are organizing a national conversation. Those in the civil society, the citizens, those in the private sector, those in government, everywhere, organize yourselves for a dialogue so that we have a compact that speaks about how we leverage and what we want. And that also speaks about alliances across youth, women, disability, labor, faith, academia, civil society, and government. What we must place before the national dialogue, we must insist on a constitutional non-regression as a sector, because rights already recognized in the Constitution are not available for reversal. We must insist on safety and justice, because hate crimes, corrective rape, intimate partner violence, bullying, campus violence, police secondary victimization, and online harassment forms an ecosystem of fear that limits how people learn, work, organize, love, and participate in democracy. So we must insist on affirmative healthcare and well-being, mental health services that understand stigma. We must insist on HIV services free of moral judgment, sexual and reproductive health care that does not assume everyone is heterosexual or cisgender. We must insist on gender-affirming healthcare, recognition of intersex dignity, and public servant trained so that first contact with the state is not the first sight of humiliation. We must insist on economic justice because rights without bread are incomplete. And bread without dignity is also incomplete. A young queer person needs work. A trans woman needs safe employment. A lesbian entrepreneur needs access to markets. A gay migrant needs documentation and protection. A disabled queer person needs accessible workplaces, and a gender-diverse student needs safe accommodation. We must insist on inclusive education, data, and accountability, and representation with power. Because the question is not whether LGBTI people will be spoken about, but whether LGBTI people will help author the future. So, Program Director, this dialogue must speak to many communities, including the faith and traditional communities, with courage. Many LGBTI people, when you speak around the faith sector, the LGBTI people pray, serve, lead, love God, care for the sick, feed communities, and interpret scriptures through justice and compassion. So we must reject the capture of faith by hate and the weaponization of culture against human dignity. The late Imam Muhsin Hendricks reminded us that inclusion is not the enemy of spirituality, cruelty is. So Gauteng must not only host a dialogue, it must model the serious sectoral participation. This room must be full. Let this pilot produce a provincial LGBTI agenda, non-negotiables on constitutional non-regression, safety, health, education, economic inclusion, representation, and immediate priorities such of safety campuses, affirming clinics, and so forth. But let this dialogue refuse to become only space of pain. So these national dialogues must never just be sides of pain. Pain must be heard, sure, but pain must also be organized into power. And we must celebrate ourselves as South Africans and those in South Africa. We've come a long way as a country. Other countries, in fact, when you travel, their independence, their kind of democratic transition, it's way older than ours. But they are way behind us. We are harsh sometimes. So yes, I'm saying confront the pain, but confront the courage that must hold us together. From visibility to influence, from survival to strategy, from consultation to co-authorship, from isolating struggles to organized democratic forces. So the young LGBTI people who are here in this room, do not surrender the public sphere to cynics. Democracy to those who only remember the Constitution when it protects the privilege. African culture to those who confuse culture with control. Faith to those who confuses holiness with hatred, or imagination or to the difficult of the present moment. Don't surrender it. You belong in debates. debate also about budgets. So if we're going to respond to those who are organizing against us, there must be budgets. That speaks to it. To respond, we need resources. To counter, we need resources. So you belong in those debates. You belong in industrial policies, climate change, policing, education, land, umhlaba, housing, health, migration, technology, foreign policy, and the future about this continent. The national dialogue must recognize that LGBTI youth are thinkers, workers, students, entrepreneurs, artists, carers, innovators, public servants, believers, organizers, and they are also leaders. So let me close where I began, with the unfinished work of democracy. South Africa has made extraordinary constitutional progress, no doubt. We've got over 14, with the hate crime, 15 pieces of legislations. That shows us the progress of where we come from. But I want to say, dignity remains uneven. Rights have been recognized, but safety remains unequal. Freedom has been declared, but material life remains hard. Inclusion has been promised, but too many people still experience the state as distant and sometimes humiliating. Let's make it work. Let's train, but also we cannot carry the burden of training, sensitizing. We must hold people to account. There must be consequences. And if people cannot serve, they must. So the LGBT sector must enter this dialogue as petitioners begging to be seen. You must never do that, but you must look at it as authors of the next democratic settlement. Let us defend the democratic flow, and I still insist, let us defend the democratic flow. Raise the developmental ceiling, refuse the rollback, organize across differences. I can tell you, without any contradiction, because I know all of us belong everywhere, but be careful about those who organize just a decoration. Right now, it's so nice to have a poster of LGBTI. We include LGBTI, but they are not prepared. Be careful. Be careful. I'm saying this because you need to understand your level of conviction. You need to understand your history. You need to understand and know who's prepared, who's always been, and who will always be with you. So that today we are not the flavor, and tomorrow we are the past ingredient that was utilized. We can only build a South Africa where no one is forced to shrink in order to belong, where dignity is not conditional, and where LGBTI people are not merely protected by the Constitution, but are fully alive in the republic it imagined. So I wish you that you have a deliberation that is honest, that has high level of discipline, distinct, but also that contributes to this beautiful South Africa that we have. This, again, is our country and will be protected by us. Thank you so much.
I see that we are in need of a break, but just before we go to the break, I do want to call upon our co-chair, Tebogo to come and just officially open the program. We'll then move into a break and then into the discussions where we can start to talk. That's after all why we are here.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Program Director, Deputy Minister Mapaseka Steve Leseke, Deputy Minister Andrew Snell, the Vice Chancellor represented by his staff, the project lead at NetLeg, the co-chair of the Management Committee of the Steering Committee, our head of comms in the National Dialogue Steering Committee, and most importantly, to you, the LGBTQI sector of Gauteng. We gather together in these hallowed halls of Tshwane University of Technology, this university of the city, which I proudly dub today the home of the LGBTQI sector. We have been welcomed with very warm and open arms as we engaged with them to prepare for today. And they showed us that inclusivity is not just something that they speak of in boardrooms. They practice in their lived realities and in their student bodies every single day. Allow me to frame where we currently are. The National Dialogue of the Republic of South Africa is a landmark civic process in its aim to bring together people from business, government, academia, faith communities, youth formation, sector-specific constituencies, and with great pride, our very own sector, the LGBTQI sector. Its mandate is unambiguous. We need to go into dialogue to go and address the issues of the past, yes, but to collectively work towards a future which defines how we see South Africa and how we want the future generations of especially LGBTQI South Africans to see South Africa. At the heart of this process is one foundational objective: the development of a new social compact. History usually marks very strongly those that came and wrote. It is now our opportunity to rewrite what we judge history harshly for. And we can only do that if we engage in open and honest dialogues. We are blessed as a sector to be one that comes and starts and opens this piloting series of the National Dialogue. And it was intentionally so. I usually say to colleagues that there is a prerequisite ideology amongst members of society that we cannot organize ourselves. This is showing them that we can organize ourselves. We will have bumps along the way, but we will and we can organize ourselves. As previous speakers have already alluded to, we gather today in a historic time in our country, where we celebrate the 70 years of the Women's March, the 50 years of the youth uprising, 30 years of our democracy, 20 years of the Marriage Act. So we gather in a space where we celebrate all these anniversaries. And as a nation, as we move into this dialogue, it is imperative for us to remember that those generations that came before us had a mandate to see South Africa where South Africa is today. And it is our duty now to take the light which they are passing from history and move it into the future. We are the authors of the future. In our hands, we hold the pen that will dictate how future is written and how the future generations will look back at our actions, our engagements, our contributions in this very dialogue, which models the social compact of a new South Africa And those future generations, I hope, after this dialogue, will look at us and say, we were proud to be represented like that. This is a table that we do not ask or beg for a seat at. We demand it. And because we have demanded it, we have gotten our seat, and we now engage in that very seat. We are now saying to society, we are not different just because of who we love or how we choose to express ourselves, but rather we are equal members of society. We show to society that we love ourselves, and we'll be able to move collectively as a community to show society that united we move forward. It brings me the distinct pleasure, dear colleagues, to officially open the pilot series, and not only the pilot series, but the dialogue series of the LGBTQI community. We will engage in robust discussions. We will disagree. We will agree. But as we do that with the hope that future generations will look at our deliberations here and say that it is the community of 2026, 2027 that moved with pure intent to ensure that the LGBTQI voices are heard, respected, and most importantly, the needs of our community actioned. So with that being said, fellow colleagues, I now declare our dialogue series for the LGBTQI sector officially open. Let us dialogue.
I must say, I'm particularly happy to hear that. It's been a long time coming, so congratulations. We will now move into a lunch break. I do want to ask again for your indulgence. If we could please try and stick to a 45-minute lunch break, it will enable us to actually have the conversation. So it is now, according to my watch, 1:45. We will resume our discussions at 1:30. Lunch will be served just outside of this venue. Have a good break. Good afternoon. I hope that you've had a good lunchtime session. In my previous life, I was a radio show host. I did talk radio. And it feels like I've just come out of a lunchtime session on radio. The food was nice, the music was nice. Thank you for your participation. I know that not all of us are back in the room. But I do think that we should quickly move on to why we are here. DM, maybe you'll indulge me and just hear this one. I think something that has frustrated people along the way is that there's this feeling, like when civil society or society generally come together to talk, that we use a lot of time on pleasantries and then never get to the substance of the conversation. But I do want to thank you also for pointing us to critical points of engagement. I think that while we had a lengthy opening keynote address from both of the DMs, what it has done is it has shown us what are some of the lowest common denominators that we need to go to first. And so I'd like to thank you for that. At the beginning of today, I said that the program has been designed around two themes. You very graciously said, yes, we have no inputs. I wondered about that because if you don't have inputs, I don't think you would be here. The first thing I'd like to point out is that the program was designed to get us speaking about things that are hurting us, speaking about healing because we know that that is necessary in the context of trauma. But what I'd like us to try and do instead is maybe to reorganize the second part of the day a little bit. For the past couple of weeks, some of you might know that we've been engaged in quite a rigorous discussion on immigration, migration, and the diaspora, and that this conversation has been probably one of the most difficult that we've had, not only in our sector, but more broadly in civil society, because it is unearthing some very painful things, but it is also not creating the kind of room that we need to have a dialogue that will bring us closer to an outcome. And I think that's the thing that's worrying me a little bit, is that we don't seem to be reaching the end of the conversation. We keep talking about migration, immigration, diaspora, refugee, Operation Tutula, you name it. We talk about all of those things. But something that we're not saying is what do we want at the end of that conversation? And I'm hoping that maybe the part that we're about to go into will help there. In the second instance, I think that there is a piece that was said by DM Lgbtqia around the need for dignity in employment in particular. Because LGBTQIA+ persons, for everything that we are, all of our fabulousness, all of our pride marches, everything that we do, everything that we represent, at the end of the day, like all South Africans, we are part of that more than 60% unemployment cluster. And what that means in reality is that bread and butter issues we don't really get to discuss. I think I'd like to just point out to us that, yes, we have many things to celebrate. But there are many things that are no cause for celebration. Queer people that are still homeless and displaced is not something worth celebrating. People that are not duly documented and experiencing hardship as a result of that, when the system is designed to document people and keep track of who's in the country, there's a failure there too. The fact that we are saying that South Africa is land for all who live in it, but then we choose who, is not helpful to our cause. And while I appreciate the great effort that has gone into the design of the program, if you'll allow me, I don't know that speaking about healing and trauma is going to get us to the meat and bones of why we are here. Yes, there is a lot of healing that needs to be done. Yes, there is a lot of trauma. But when we reduce ourselves to trauma and healing alone, where are our whole lives? There are queer folk here that have children. We are part of families. We run spaza shops like everybody else. We go to church, mosque, synagogue, we go to all of those places. So I suppose what I would like to ask instead is if we can use the time strategically. In the first breakaway, I'm going to recommend that we start to think a little bit about what is it that we need to say first? What are the burning issues that if we don't talk about those issues, really we can't leave the national dialogue, right? It's a very simple ask. I'm going to ask you to split into groups. I'll tell you just in a minute the how. I just want to check from the team members who are in the room, do we have the flip chart paper and pens that we need for this session? I see flip chart. I'm going to ask that we then break into groups. The group task is going to be, the question rather, is going to be, what can you not leave this pilot dialogue without, right? So what is the thing that if you leave here today, absolutely you cannot leave here today without saying that one thing? And obviously we'll all say different things, and then we'll put them on flip charts and we'll try and work out, are we saying the same things, or are there some things that definitely we don't see, right? The second one is, I think it would be foolish of us to sit here and carry on speaking in only English, because we are not all English speakers. So I do want to say that if you want to respond in your home language, please do so. We can understand each other, and maybe one or two of us can translate here, right? So that if you feel like you are stuck and there is something that you want to say, just say it. And someone in your group will help translate, or we will find each other somehow. Ane? So what is the one thing that you cannot leave here today without saying? That's the first task. When we come back after that, I'm going to ask that those that are in the group, in the group context, that you please give someone the opportunity or the responsibility to tell us what did that group say. So you will get to speak in the group, but one person will come and say what that group said, right? To make this very fast, I'm going to count and we will split into groups based on that count. Why? So that you don't end up going with your chomis because you'll say the same thing to each other that you always say. Ane? So, we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you joining? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. In the finish at 3. 1 and 4. There goes. Right, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Stop. That's everyone. Do I need to come to you at the back? Okay, so we're going to go. Group 1 will go to the back corner over there. Group 2 will just wait before you move, Anne. So group 1 will go to the back corner over there. Group 2 will come in front. Group 3, group 4. Anne, you'll go to the 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wait, before you go. Each group will have a flip chart paper. Each group is going to give everybody in the group, everybody, must say what is the one thing they want to speak about before they leave here today. Anne? And then we're going to take, for this activity, 15 minutes. So at 2 o'clock, we will rejoin the plenary. So group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, don't forget you have to choose someone to come and represent the group when you come back. Thank you, please split. Yeah,
When are you planning on activating the chat in the forums? No, you can be open. Oh, it's open. open. I'm saying it to when, so that I can make sure that there's someone online to do some monitoring of the fuck yous and the physics.
On the forum online.
On the
On the app. Because that's what these things are for people to scan.
Just share with another group.
We did it all. Do you want to, when we're done with this segment, can you just make an announcement? Sure. It's 15 minutes at 2 o'clock. Can I please ask everybody to get up and move to their groups? If you don't have a group or if you don't remember your group, go to the closest one. It's okay. It's okay. That's fine. When we do the announcements. If you could please take your seats, you identify someone to report back, and you start your conversations. The question you are asking is, what is the one thing you cannot leave without saying? Sorry? Yeah. The time is up, but I'm going to give 5 extra minutes because I see you're still busy. So 5 more minutes. Please, by 5 past, we'll stop the engagement. For those groups still busy, if you can please wrap up, 1 minute. Okay, it's 5 past. Thank you. We're going to come back into plenary. Leadership order on you. Can we please come back? Okay, if I could please ask everybody to take a seat, we're going to come back into the plenary space. Can I please ask those that will be presenting maybe to be close to the edge of your rows? Okay, no problem. Okay. Can I please ask everyone to take their seats? We're about to start. Let's just maybe get some feedback from the floor. How was that? Do you feel like at least what you needed to say is out? Everybody got an opportunity. Little bit. Some is better than none, right? But you're going to get more opportunities to do this. So I'm thinking that now that we know everybody has had a chance to speak, we're going to hear what the groups have said. I want to tell you how I think we might best get to the outcome that we need, right? So that you are not just doing this for the sake of doing it. So we've now asked, what is the one thing you cannot leave without saying? So the most important thing you came here for is on a paper somewhere, right? When we do the presentations now, what will happen is I will type. I wanted to type on the screen, but we can't connect to the screen. But as you are talking, I will type, and we make sure that everything that is important, the thing that we couldn't leave here without, is recorded, right? The second part, they are going to write. Amazing. So we've got a lot of people that are going to write down what is being said. The second part, we're going to ask you to figure out what is common in what we are saying. And why we will do that is if we can figure out what is common in what we are saying, the things that we agree on, those are easy. They go to the outcomes. But the ones that we don't necessarily agree on will give us the opportunity to discuss them. You see? In that way, everybody was heard. But if there are things that maybe not everybody is in agreement with, we will discuss why are we not in agreement. At the end, we're going to now talk about us as a sector, because we started with individually, this is what we came with, and this is what we cannot leave without doing. The second part is going to be talking about us more broadly as the LGBTQIA+, all the vegetable soup and everything else. Yeah? We're going to come together and talk about how do we work better together. Okay? So, can I ask group one? Where's the rep for group one? They are We've got two. I'm going to give you a microphone. You can stand where you are. Sorry, I forgot Mandisa. There's an announcement. If you can just give me 1 minute, if you just turn the button off. There we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm sure you've seen these signs around the building. They're there for a reason. So the National Dialogue captures all of your inputs on an app, right? And we're going to synthesize those inputs, and they're going to form part of the National Compact. So you already have a forum open on the app. It's under the LGBTQ sector. If you scan here and you register, it will take you straight to that forum. Just go. There's currently 5 forums open under LGBTQ. The first one happened when you guys had your first dialogue about 2 months ago. The rest are for today, and they are under A, B, C, D. Oh, no, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it will give you the subjects of those groups. If you feel that there's something that wasn't captured, or that the scribes didn't get down, or etc., you feel free to capture it there. Or if you feel you don't want to speak and you're too shy, go your inputs will be there, and it'll be captured as part of this conversation. So all of the summaries of everything that you're going to have will go into that app, but over and above that, it's also your individual contributions that you're going to make. I believe that they're going to be on each side, either side. You should be able to go and scan there, and there was one at the entrance as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to hear from Group 1. If you can please just quickly talk us through the points. Don't explain anything. We'll talk to each other about the explanations, okay? Okay. Must I hold? I don't know if it's worth it, but...
We are Group 1, and I'm going to say our points. Kagiso.
Thanks, Kagiso. Go ahead.
The first is positive energy of who we are and understanding of who we are. Second is discussing unity amongst LGBTQI. Acknowledgement of who we are societal. Using representation to change perception. Body anatomy of intersex people. Trans rights and gender affirming surgery. Sensitizing health workers, government departments, corporates, and societies. Economic transformation, mental health and self-care, strengthening civil organization, supporting the support groups, address religious constraints, government institutes support policy reforms, family dynamic, define them broadly, shelters for the displaced. Why did government choose to place the youth, women, disabled, children, and the LGBT in the same ministry? Why can't all be given separate budgets? Proud of our dignity and pride ourselves. LGBTQ rights and we are workers and workers' rights. No, LGBTQI rights, our workers' rights. And then all, what is that? Documentation of the alignment asylum. Documentation of all the migrants asylum members of our community. And last one, hate crime against LGBTQ people.
Thank you. Can I see Group 2? Where's Group 2? Are you fine? Must I hold?
Okay. Yes, you can hold it first. Thank you. Okay, so for group number 2, what's one thing you cannot leave without saying? So each of our members actually gave a problem and a solution. The first one was to end unpaid activism and grassroots work. And the solution they had for that was to receive more financial support from government and private sector. Lack of protection for LGBT school learners in schools was a big problem. A solution they came up with was that there needs to be policy redress in schools at school level. We need to liaise more with SGBs to actually redress these policies to protect learners. So SGBs need to work closer with governments to ensure that all LGBT learners are also protected within schools. The third one was safe housing and displacement of LGBTQ. There's not enough safe housing for people who are displaced in our queer community. And the solution around that was for DSD to create housing for displaced queers and to create housing that is very inclusive for everyone. Number 4 was LGBT needs to participate more in spaces that affect us. So basically meaning in spaces, if you're a family and you know you have kids that go to school, ensure that you participate in SGB meetings to ensure that your queer child is not abused when they are at school. So participate in spaces that also affect you as just a normal being. And then the 4th one is on the next slide. We're streaming live, right? No, it's fine. We're streaming live. Yeah, okay. No, I have to make sure, okay. The 5th one, I'm putting it there. The 5th one is support queer media. Because no one else tells your story better than queer publication. So To everyone who's streaming, if Mamba Online has ever touched you, please do go ahead and donate to us. Ngiyaxolisa, National Dialogue, I'm taking my chances. But please donate to Mamba Online. We really need to save the publication. Bahlobo, go onto our website and donate. We also have an event happening on the 18th of June. Please buy tickets.
I don't want to apologize. Amandla. No. Okay, we are on for LGBTQI plus. We really need to participate more. And then 5, create an organization that will help ourselves. Solution, we need to fundraise or create a social responsibility fund for LGBTQI. Mental health. Solution, the government needs to be mobilized and more into LGBTQI people because last time and everyone coding thought I was going to rape them during the night. It's so painful. Ulotola tuso or treat was animal. You can turn the page.
I'm just saying there's a lot of people that are working on this event in the room, and this is a heavy paper.
Recognize and marginalize community. The solution, the government includes us as just like as we are. How they do for people with disabilities and youth, they must also do for us. I'm an actor. It's painful audition and then they are saying, we want a woman more than you. Whilst you have everything we qualify for. Gender affirmation, to participate in electoral processes. She already touched goal.
Oh, so basically, our trans community wants to be able to have the freedom to also go to vote. Sometimes you'll come there and maybe the ID is not the same as how you identify, and therefore you are unable to vote. So our trans community wants to be included so that they also receive the same democracy that we all have. Thank you.
We love Mamba, but... okay, can we hear from group 3? Group 3? I'm coming there. I'm gonna hold behind you, Annie. Oh, please, my arms are so sore.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Tembu. I'm from Orange Farm in an organization called Orange Farm LGBTQI. So practically what we talked about housing and financial independence. Number 2, we talked about advocacy for LGBT refugees and safety for all. Number 3, we talked about access to healthcare and comfort in health systems, which requires sensitivity training for healthcare workers. Number 4, we talked about cultural roles. Number 5, job security and employment. Number 6, need for gender as a prerequisite in applications. Number 7, inclusivity and hate crime. Access to healthcare. Number 9, sustainability of movement to become Afrocentric. Number 10, sexuality in correctional services. Genders and homosexuality become weaponized. Number 11, education for parents with LGBT kids. Number 12, stigma within religion, shelters support for youth. Number 14, redefining Africanism. Number 15, we talked about unity in community. Number 16, we talked about safety in universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 3. We'll hear from Group 4 next. Group 4 is on this side. If you could please put up your hand. Thank you so much for your assistance with the mic. Can we please get a volunteer to hold the paper? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kateli Elkaba. I'm trans in corporate, leading a queer movement within corporate space. And then as group number 4, we had a list, I think it's 17, of things that we don't want to leave without talking. The first one, it's equality, followed by legal recognition, discrimination, mostly within the queer community, uncertainty, mostly within our economy, religious exclusion, unemployment and substance abuse within queer community, migration of the queer members, awareness and intersectionality of sex and religion. The reason we said sex, is because we encompassing the aspect of sexual orientation, gender identity and sexual characteristics, and also religion expression, mostly within us as queer beings, as there are some members that are being are being said, no, you can't express in that in specific manner just because you are specific bodied. Taking up spaces and having a seat at the table, not just sitting at the back and waiting for things to be done. Sensitization in public servants, like your clinics, your police stations, your hospitals and the likes. Clear voice of queer bodies protection before 30 June, more especially the ones that need their papers who came to South Africa because they weren't safe in the countries where they came from. Breaking down the acronym and inclusivity within queer community, as there are some acronyms that feel as if like they are sidelined or left aside, like the aspect of bisexualities, where like this discrimination within the community, whereby bisexual beings can't be freely bisexuals, and also political education for queer youth, trans relationships and trans healthcare. This it's coming after the aspect of the people saying that a trans man cannot be in a relationship with a trans woman, or the people feeling like they are entitled into who or rather how trans being get into a relationship and who they date. Inclusivity of LGBTI in government forms. That's around the issue of gender, sex, and the likes, and sensitization in schools, as there are kids that today are growing up in a society that doesn't accommodate them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 mics in the room. I'm going to ask if we can please hand them to each other so that we move quickly in terms of response. We've got 1 mic over here, so please hang on to it. I'm gonna leave another one. There are 2 more mics, Marvel. If you could please assist just to move the mics. They're in front of you, in the chair in front of you. I'm going to try and summarize what I heard. I thought I was going to write, but then I was holding papers, so. Okay, so it seems as if these are some of the common themes. If I missed any, you'll just tell me what I'm missing, right? So I heard unity of community, as in LGBTQIA+++++, and everybody unity, yeah? I heard need for housing. As a general thing, doesn't matter where you are, whether you can afford it, can't afford it, there's a general need for housing. I heard inclusive care and inclusive health care. I separated these 2 by myself. I just want to check if that is correct, right? We need inclusive health care so that there's gender affirming surgeries and the like. We need to be included in healthcare facilities so people don't discriminate us against us. Those are the things that we need there. But inclusive care, I added here as a separate category because I think sometimes we lose this part of the conversation. Where do older queer people go? Where do older queer people go? Because we have a club scene and a club life and a social life and a pride and all of these things. We have a chillers, we have a pride after party. Where do queer older folk go? Do they just disappear? Do they live amongst us? And when older queer folk don't have family environments that are protecting them, who does the protection work? Who does the inclusion work? Okay, I will add, no. Then we want inclusive service delivery. Service delivery covers all aspects of service delivery, including things like the National Youth Development Fund. We need to be able to access it, including the funds for spaza shops. We need to access them. We need to access ID documentation and passports. We need to be able to move through the system when we've got migrant LGBTQIA+ persons amongst us. So we need inclusive service delivery. And I think the plus here will be everywhere. Because sometimes what happens is we say we need inclusive service delivery and then we get it in Johannesburg. And then everybody else in the country is stuck without that service delivery. We want protection, full stop. It doesn't matter where and how. We want all the protections that everybody else is getting, we also want them. And this means that that is in all services that offer protection, including legal services, including the courts, including, what do you call them, those legal advice services or legal advice centers. We want to be included in all of those categories. We want protection for ourselves, but we also want protection for our siblings. So migrants and refugees are a very big part of the conversation we're having. I know this one is a point of contention. We can see it every day on the streets. We don't even need to talk about it here because we can see what South Africans are saying. But I think that DM Lgbtqia said something that is quite important. I think Edgar also said it. You know, when you don't stand against the violence that is being perpetuated against somebody else, when it is your turn, nobody is going to stand in front of you. And I think something that we might need to take out of this space is an understanding that rights are fragile things, and you need only look at the US to understand that your rights are not forever. When it is inconvenient or uncomfortable, your rights will also go. It is very easy to remove pride. It is very easy to remove the Civil Union Act. It is very easy for us to lose protections in healthcare. Those are things that can quickly be dissipated, right? Something that came out again under the category of protection is correctional services. Correctional services, both entering correctional facilities and exiting them. Because sometimes people are incorrectly institutionalized, right? So sometimes you are incarcerated because you are doing sex work that is part of your livelihood, and that inadvertently puts you in a correctional facility. Yeah, I'm not disputing that LGBTQIA+ persons also commit crimes that need to be punished. I'm not disputing that. But there is a special category of people in the prison system that are treated differently to other prisoners, and that is that category of people, right? Then there's something about economic inclusion. Noting that it doesn't matter where or how, whether you are in a LGBTQIA+ organization, whether you are working in ShopRite, whether you are the CEO of a bank, everybody wants economic inclusion opportunities because we live in a capitalist society that needs us to have access to the economy. And then I think the one that is most important now is we want equal voting rights. And that seems like a strange thing to say. Why would we say we want equal voting rights? Everybody gets to vote. But that is not true. Our siblings, because there are problems in accessing paperwork, aren't able to vote. And this is just a basic right. Okay, I hope I have summarized correctly. Before we move on, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that the South African Taxi Drivers Workers Union is with us. They have come to listen into our conversation and participate, so thank you. Now you may be like, what? The taxi driver, what do we have to do with taxi drivers? But we use public transport. They are our service providers and they are involved in our protection. And the fact that they showed up when so many of the other sectors didn't tells us something very important. It would then be remiss of me to not note that we have representatives here from government, we have representatives here from labor, we have representatives here from corporate, we've got representatives from small business. So we're representing a large number of sectors. And maybe that is what the DMs are pointing us to. We are ordinary South Africans. Sometimes we forget during Pride Month when we're wearing our colors and having a good time that we are other South Africans. And I think something that I see particularly over the last couple of weeks is that sometimes we forget, because we are trying to protect our identities, that we form part of a broader South African community. So LGBTQIA+ rights are water rights. LGBTQIA+ rights are economic rights. LGBTQIA+ people need food security. And so I also just want to opportunistically say that there are movements that are gathering us in greater numbers to say our identities are important, but as South Africans, we need to come together across the board. And even as non-South Africans in South Africa, we need to join hands with South Africans to say we can't let a lack of service delivery be the end of our country. Yeah? Okay. Did I miss anything? There were many points that were made. Yes. Yes, Mamba, we need to support queer media. I'm going to put it here. I see there's another hand. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you forgot to mention mental health, which has appeared in the two groups.
Sorry, just repeat again. I was just listening to something else. Mental health and?
Mental health itself is something that has been spoken in the two groups.
Okay, just before you come in, we are going to receive inputs from those of you who are joining us streaming online, those of you who have engaged us via social media. We are going to be taking some of those comments and they will come in now when we've done with this round in the room. I'm gonna go 1 in front, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna stop at 6 and then we can do another round. Okay, please go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex from the ANC. What I actually think that you left out were well, actually the same point. It was education for, on two fronts. Education to educate the actual people in government about the rights, and education at school. In other words, that the teachers are actually educated on how to deal with the LGBTQIA+ kids in their class. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to 2 this way. Please go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say that my issue is that, especially the youth, I don't know if you mentioned it, but the youth, we're politically loud, yes, but not necessarily very educated, which is why you see a lot of movements like, for example, March, catching a lot of steam very quickly because we don't see other solutions to the problem that we're having. So, yeah, that was my point.
Would I be correct in understanding youth political education? Is that the type of education that you're speaking about? Okay. I noted number 3 at the back. There we go. Can you hear you?
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I think a conversation we don't have is one about correctional services, so I just want to thank you for acknowledging it. But to further expand on that, I think what I'm also talking about is prison culture, specifically prison rape and sexual assault. What I've observed is also that oftentimes homophobia is used as a tool in correctional services, specifically in male prisons, but also female prisons as well. That is to say that it's used as a violent act. So men having sex with other men is then weaponized in order to control and further subjugate men.
But additionally, gender is also weaponized in that regard. Why I say this is because in prison culture, they tend to form a separate hierarchy of relationships. That is to say that if a man had to get into a relationship with another man, sometimes it's not even consensual, but that man could reduce the other man as his wife, even though that person is a man and identifies as a man. So when we have conversations, it's not just for those of us who are in this room or who are free, but I think it's also people in correctional services. What we also need to understand about this harm is that when they're exposed to sexual violence in a correctional center, it further exacerbates the harm outside, because once they're released, they further perpetuate those behaviors onto the people around them. That means none of us are safe if people in correctional services are not safe. So when we have this conversation about gender, sexuality, sexual orientation, sexuality, and especially sexual assault, it has to include correctional services.
Thank you. I think just before we come back, I had 6 hands. I'm only recognizing those 6, and then I'll open up the next round. Don't worry, you will speak. If you've seen me in these platforms, everyone will get a chance. I do just want to say that maybe just based off the last comment, it would be essential for us to talk about gender-based violence and femicide in this context, because it is an issue plaguing South Africa. So I'm going to just add it here unless there are any vehement objections. Okay, please go ahead. No, the mic is on, but it's not. There we go.
On my part, I think one thing that we are perpetually missing is the inclusion of the so-called invisible eye, intersex persons. Generally, when we're talking about law, policy, even in practice, it's not a concept that we bring into the fold. More often than not, I will not go on, but you get my point.
Thank you. Noted. This is the next speaker. This was 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Sanmunan,
Yeah,
I think what you didn't mention was how do we as a movement sustain ourselves, considering what the anti-gender, anti-rights movement is doing. Also just what are our strategies to counter what they're doing? Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think another important thing which also ODM Steve might have touched on is the infiltration by the right-wing organizations. It's already taking place, and making sure that the spaces such as this one, such as the National Dialogue, are safeguarded from such. And also, I know we've been having many conversations in the different WhatsApp groups and even within the space, but I think one of the major things that Comrade Steve, the point that she was trying to make, she can talk, and sometimes, Hlambi, you might forget a few things, but that's how our deputy ministers are and ministers. But when the right-wing organizations, when they actually enter these countries, like what we're seeing in Africa and the attack against us and the conference which was mentioned last year, they attack women's rights, they attack, they use the term family values, but they also attack the queer community, so we're used as an excuse. And then immigration is also something that's mentioned. So we saw that the queers were attacked recently during the course of this year. And then we also saw, women being, what's the word? But like basically women being undermined, and also the position of women within South Africa. And when I talk about women, I also include trans women and intersex women. Basically, their role within society being questioned. We are seeing now immigration again coming up as something, and we should not assume and say that it's because of the challenges that we face, but we should know that this is basically trends that are happening in the West that we've noticed, that we've been studying them for a very long time, because we knew this was going to eventually come to South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Tebogo, I'm going to ask you if you could read, there's comments from online, so we're just going to read one of those now.
The comment is from Kali Mabe, and they say one of the most important shifts reflects in the Sawe's evolution is that LGBT people should not only be viewed as employees, we are also customers, consumers, account holders, patients, students, travelers, policyholders, investors, and citizens. Organizations must ensure that their products, service, customer experiences, marketing, digital platforms, and frontline interactions are inclusive, accessible, and affirming. Inclusion must be experienced not only at work, but everywhere people engage with institutions and services.
Thank you. Just a reminder to those of you who are online and joining us, we are paying attention to what is coming through in the comments and the chat. So please do encourage those, if you're chatting to your friends, if they are engaged and watching online, they're welcome to send their messages through online, but you can also field messages from your friends here in the room, just to make sure that others are able to participate. It would be remiss of me not to, yes, I'm coming, I didn't forget you. It would be remiss of me not to point out the hashtags that we're using for the National Dialogue. They are at the top here, National Dialogue ZA, caps N, caps D, caps ZA, and then Lekgotla la Rona is another hashtag that we are using for this work today. There is the one, hashtag LGBTQIA sector is the one that we're using for this particular subset. Yep. Okay, I'm going to take another round of hands, but before I do that, can I please ask that the next round of hands point us to what do you see as being commonly shared here? So you can make your input if you had an input from the previous round, but if I could please ask you to point us also to what do you see in common in what we are saying.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Donwell. I just want to ask, when we speak about rebuilding South Africa through the national dialogue, I want to ask, how can there be a genuine national conversation if those who experience xenophobia, hate crimes, exclusion, documentation challenges every day are not represented on the table, especially the LGBTQI migrants? I think there was a conversation in the group whereby people were arguing about the LGBTQI refugee migrants. I don't know if it is okay for the dialogue, for the national dialogue, to also involve the LGBTQI migrants so that you understand the struggles. I think you once mentioned it when we started the conversation to say we need lived experiences, because there's no way that you can take someone who is not a refugee and talk about refugee issues. I think maybe on that, we also have to have that part whereby the LGBTQI refugee migrants are representative in the national dialogue. Thank you.
What's in common? What's in common before you get off the mic? What do we share? What is common in the feedback in the room?
I think our struggles are the same. Whether you are a refugee or whether you are South Africans, we are all facing the same discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to count. I want us to move the conversation forward, right? So I'm happy to take inputs, but after this round, I'm going to stop this question and we move to the next question, okay? So I'll do a round. Please remember your number. Yeah, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We finished. 7. Only 7. Okay, let's go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Tapsi. I think one of the points that you didn't mention that was common was the topics around religious and culture rights. I think it's become a very huge conversation across the globe where people can't even stand on pulpits today. It's become a conversation where people are called demons for becoming a sangoma, or, you know, there's different narratives that go around with people just being practicing their cultural rights and traditions. So that's something I just wanted to point out on the interfaith lens.
Thank you. I did indeed miss that one.
Hi, my name is Chief. I would like to add more and really emphasize on the topic of
Sorry, we're not
intersex
hearing you,
individual
so,
or intersex individual. As an intersex individual, I think we deserve bodily autonomy. Too many intersex children undergo surgeries and medical interventions before they're old enough to understand or consent for what is happening in their bodies. And that doesn't only speak to how we are raised, but it also speaks to conception and the biology and all those factors, the physical factors and emotional factors and psychology factors, because you've been assigned to a certain gender only to find out that when you grow up, you don't even fit to what they've designed you to be. So it's really challenging for us. Yeah.
Before you go, what is common?
What is common, I think we are being radical about what we would like to see on the ground happening, not just ticking a box.
Thank
but
you.
Being radical.
Can we go to number 3 behind you?
So I was captured by TAPSI, so I'm gonna donate my point to.
Sharing is caring.
Okay, Sanbonani Sipho. So, okay, firstly, what came up, it was the parental inclusion. So we tend to forget parents during the situations of the kids being bullied based on their sexualities. So what is common, it will also fall part of mental health support for parents and kids, also educational strengthening programs for teachers in school, because I think they are still also victimizing the kids and also the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to 4. If we can pass the mics.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sidwell, aka Mami's Boy.
Okay, now. Thanks, Sidwell. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm Andla Comrade. All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think what I see in common is the issue of mental health. More especially, I think we cannot shy away because of we are facing a high rate of suicidal cases among the LGBTQI community. So I'm glad to see that coming up and most of the groups putting it in the platform that what can we do collectively to engage on the issues of the LGBTQI committing suicidal or attempting to commit suicidal. Is it an issue of whereby we don't have places where we can run to go and share our challenges? Or among us as the LGBTQ, I'm also glad that the issue of unity was also brought up, that we are not united enough to can be able to engage about the issues that we are dealing with, then I can be able not to commit suicide. Because if I know that I can contact you and let you know what I'm going through, it won't be an issue whereby now I'm creating a platform for social media to have something to talk about. So I think if we can really sit down and dwell on that one, it can really save us in terms of attending funeral of our beloved ones, of which it's not affecting only us, but then our families, our mothers, our sisters, our siblings, whereby they manage to see and witness our bodies lying there motionless, or immediately when the reaction of suicidal is happening, we lose our, like it's really having a major impact on that one. So I think it's something that we really talk about. And then lastly, I think the time has arrived whereby as the LGBTQI, we are being given a platform. I don't think it has ever happened. It's high time that now we started the national dialogue. It's time for LGBTQI plus parliament to sit, whereby we can come up with our policies and our constitution to be taken into consideration. So I propose that LGBTQI parliament should sit provincially to national. Thank you.
Just before we move, Teboho, can I please ask you just to read what's on screen? I see that we've got 2 or 3 more comments. I know that that was number 4, 5. Can you please just put your, okay. We're just going to read what's on screen and then we'll come to the room again.
It's from Akaya Rapia, and then the second one is from Palisa Mboweni. So from Akaya says, I come from communities where people are resilient, but many still face unemployment, poverty, inequality, gender-based violence, discrimination, and limited access to opportunities. As a community leader and a human rights activist, I believe that meaningful development must include everyone, especially young people, women, persons with disabilities, and LGBTQI+ persons. We need a South Africa where dignity is not determined by where you live, who you are, who you love, or who you love. Communities must be actively involved in decision-making, not merely consulted after decisions have already been made. We call for a stronger investment in education, skills development, employment creation, healthcare, and community-led initiatives. We also need a greater accountability from public institutions so that citizens can trust that their voices matter. The future of our country depends on our ability to build a social cohesion, protect human rights, and create opportunities for all. Let this dialogue not end with discussions alone, but with measurable actions that improve people's lives. Palisa Mboweni says, as women's sector, we believe rebuilding our nation through national dialogue means confronting the realities on the ground of gender-based violence, discrimination, victimization, bullying, mental health struggles, inclusion, poverty, unemployment, hate crimes, and inequality, while promoting unity, inclusion, equality, dignity, safety, healing, and opportunities for all people, regardless of gender, identity, and background. Well done, LGBTQI. Together we build a nation that respects humanity and diversity. She's a member of the steering committee from the women's sector.
So just in case you missed it, that was Palisa Mboweni from the steering committee of the National Dialogue. You indeed have several steering committee members that have made themselves available who are not from this sector. And what that's telling us is that other sectors are now starting to listen cross-sectorally, because there's an understanding that our issues are not single struggle issues, right? We are cross-cutting. Okay, 5.
Hi. So equality, and we talk about it externally outside our community a lot, but we don't really treat each other with the nicest way that we could, right? Just within the gay community itself, I think the gays know racism, there's superficiality, you're judged for everything. And this is where we need to steer the conversation in the direction that the dialogue isn't only for government to get involved, but this is where we as individuals can actually take that stand here today to say that we are a family. Me being Indian, me being gay, I've chosen the worst struggles of minority in this country, and I keep adding more and more labels, and then you dissolve in it. And at the end of the day, you have no support, you have no sense of community. I think it's really important for all of us to show each other love, show each other compassion, educate each other, because the L's don't understand the G's don't understand the T's, the B's nobody understands, but it's in this direction, right? This is where we need to have the conversation with each other. So that's, yeah, the one point to answer your question. And the other point I want to come back to, in a previous life, I had quite a successful corporate career, and the one thing I learned was the glass ceilings that are created when you are a member of the LGBT community. Those members of the LGBT community that are sitting in executive roles in senior management generally are concealing themselves. They're hiding their true nature, and then you later find out, oh my gosh, you're gay? Like, what the hell? Because this is the environment that's been created. Here today alone, having the 2 deputy ministers with us was the first time I found out that we actually have LGBTQ+ representation in parliament. This was completely new to me. So these are the types of things we need to start surfacing, and we need to encourage growth within the corporate sector for our community. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know if we're going to just dub people until they say so for themselves, but we have support at least. Okay, can we move to 6?
Hi, I'm Yana, and I wanted to say that what I'm gonna say is just slightly controversial, but I need you guys to stay with me, right? So what I've noticed that is common is that mostly the problem starts at the top. So if the problem starts at the top with governance, it is harder for the whole country to comply. We can see that with the USA, that if the problem is at the top, that our maybe community is not supported fully. Hence, I'm saying that if there is political and policy education from the top, then they can educate everyone across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. 7 was in front somewhere. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Karabo. I wanted to sort of get into the economic inclusion as a common thing that was mentioned. Others may have said economic transformation. That was also included with job creation. Others may have said unemployment and all of that. However, I want to problematize and also probably invite Honorable Nell on this one. I'm lobbying you, leadership. There's something called the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. It includes all the vulnerable groups in terms of their targets. You would find, I know youth is 30%, women would have been either 15 or 20%, military veterans, are they included and all of that? Guess who's excluded? Ordinarily, we would be an intersectional society, right? But evidence has shown that we are not. Hence, we also have this particular act, simply because we are not an intersectional society. But in curbing or in dealing with the situation that we have in the Republic of South Africa, we have decided to put targets so that we remedy the situation. However, the very same act has, I don't know, inadvertently or otherwise decided to exclude the LGBTQIA+ community. Why am I saying this? If you go right now to all the contractors and subcontractors of roads, ask who's the contractor or the subcontractor, you will not find these faces. That is where it's working now against us, because it's not mandatory for government to ensure that this particular community is included. So we ought to problematize that particular legislation and ensure that this particular community is included as part of the vulnerable groups in terms of targets. I will get to government spend of 7%, Honorable Nell. Yeah, he's my leader in another life, so I'm really lobbying you on this one. Let's get to the 7% spend on government in terms of groups. I can tell you without fear that the only thing the LGBTQIA+ community knows as spend from government is a dialogue. We're speaking every day. Whether it's the provincial legislature, whether it's the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, whether it's the Office of the Premier, whether it's your department as well, whether it's health, or we are always in a dialogue. We are speaking amongst ourselves, listening to a minister or a deputy minister if we are lucky, or an official of government who's going to give us the guidelines of what they're doing and all of those kind of things, a report-based kind of reporting to us, which evidence shows that the report does not correlate with what's happening on the ground. And then we listen. After we listen, they say, no, first round of questions, the second one is the last one, we eat, we go home. So we ought to also look at that 7% spend. If government does not have people who are creative enough to come up with the things that they can do for this particular community in terms of that spend. You must come and consult them. They must give you programs that you must implement in those departments so that it uplifts a life of a queer person in the Republic of South Africa. Lastly, there are a lot of red tapes in terms of the very procurement that I speak on. I serve on a different body in government, and my role is to do oversight, but also to advise. One of the things that we have found was that when it comes to LGBTQI persons, including the youth, there are a lot of red tapes that are there existing, because when you ask why are youth-owned businesses and LGBTQI-owned businesses not in the procurement system of government, they will tell you they don't comply. But when they do comply, you will find that it takes a lot of time. And when it takes a lot of time, you know, we've got different spheres of government. Municipality delays something, which provincial government gives you something, then municipality comes and say, no, you must close because you don't comply with 1, 2, and 3 health certificate or whatever that is. You have to go back, and all of this is made boiling down to corruption. I speak a lot, so I'm sorry. I'm concluding. All of this then boils down to corruption, because in order for you to get things done faster, you have to take out a cold drink and give to somebody. Otherwise, they're just going to sit on your documents and do nothing about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to protect the DM, but I think, unfortunately, has opened himself for engagement. So I think maybe if we can make the comment, and then DM, I'm going to ask you to just take note. I'll ask us to move so we can percolate and think about these things. And after the next round, maybe we can come back to the DM if there are responses available. Go ahead, Debo.
Honorable DM, I believe the sector today has asked for a very important initiative. The children have a parliament, women have parliament, other marginalized communities have a parliament. And these parliaments usually fall under your constituency, Honorable DM. Today we ask that we be considered for an LGBTQIA+ parliament, echoing the sentiments of my colleague, Mama's Boy. So that we can come and engage in the exact policy which determines how we engage in society. So that is my challenge to the DM on behalf of my 2 co-chairs, and also as a resolution we hope to see from this first phase of the dialogues.
Thank you. We were told to be audacious. We are coming for radical reform. And so I hope that we are responsive to that call. It's apparent to me and the organizers that we don't have an availability of water. They have made a note here to say they are working on it. It was coming, I don't know, but they are trying to get us some water, just so that you're aware. So let's just give them some grace. We will get some water into the room shortly. If you'll allow me, I have a few questions in response to what we've just clustered together. And I'm hoping that the questions will help us move one step forward again in the conversation, right? So if you have a pen and paper, because after I ask these questions, you'll go back into breakaway groups and we'll have some discussions, right? So if you have a pen and paper or a device, please take down those that are of interest to you. You don't have to take all of them down, okay? One of the questions that I have is, when we talk about the unity of our community, what do we mean? What does unity of the LGBTQIA plus community mean? It can mean pride, sure. Maybe it can mean our national dialogue WhatsApp group. But we keep on saying this thing of unity in our community, and in all the years that I've heard it, I won't give away how many, I've never heard what this thing actually means. We just keep saying it, unity in our community. So is unity arriving to pride and then all of us march together? Is unity, all of the corporates must give us all of their money, then we'll be unified? That one? That one? Okay, let's move. When we talk about housing, we need to have a sober conversation. Because you can't just say, maybe I can use an analogy. You know, in the story of Aladdin and the magic lamp, you have 3 wishes. But if you make the wrong wish, it will come back and bite you. What I'm curious about is if we say we want housing, and we get an RDP as part of hundreds of RDPs, Kososha, will we be happy? Will we have achieved the housing that we want? Why? You said housing. Just think about it. I'm not giving you time to answer because I want you to take note and have the discussions, right? When we talk about inclusive health care, who is paying for it? Oh. If we don't have jobs and money, how are we going to pay for this healthcare that we want? Because healthcare assumes that the healthcare will look like the healthcare that everybody else has. So you can go to Bara, there's no problem. But when we say we want inclusive healthcare, what does inclusive healthcare look like at Bara? And what does inclusive healthcare look like at Mediclinic? We must ask each other these questions because when we make a wish for something and we are not clear, you'll get exactly what you're asking for. Let's talk about inclusive service delivery. When we talk about inclusive service delivery, we keep saying we want those providing the services to be inclusive when they provide those services to us. Did we ever think about us being part of the service provision? Why are we not the nurses and doctors and cops and why do we need other people to include us? Why are we not including ourselves? And there may be something there about employment regulation. There may be something about exclusion in employment opportunities. But I want you to think about, are we saying we want LGBTQIA cops? Are we saying we want LGBTQIA plus nurses? Are we saying we want LGBTQIA plus social workers, educators? And if we are saying that, we answer the question a lot more clearly, because then our colleague is gone. Then the question that is being asked here is, when you make provision for other people in the Act, we must also be provided for. But then we must also have sobering conversations between each other. When we say we must be included, are we prepared for that inclusion? Okay, let's talk, and I'm not just saying like, yes, of course we want to be included, right? I'm saying if we want to increase LGBTQIA plus social workers by 30%, are there 30% of social workers who identify as LGBTQIA plus to go and be those social workers? You'll discuss in the group, Sunny. Then we are talking about migrant protections. This one, I think, is going to be a longer conversation in the groups. But I think the question that I have here, based off, and please hear me, I think today is the 13th time in different sessions that I will talk about that subject matter. The one thing that is unclear to me is where are the hard lines on both sides of the equation. So if we are saying we want LGBTQIA plus migrants and refugees to be included, where do we draw the lines around those migrant categories? And if we are saying we want migrants and immigrants who are here illegally for whatever reason to be excluded, where is the line? Because you can't tell me on the side of exclusion that we can kill people and that is okay. You can't tell me on the side of inclusion that undocumented migrants are not part of the problem. Those two things can happen simultaneously. They can exist at the same time. And I think when we start to have honest and sober conversations about that, we start to answer different questions. So if we are talking about migrants and refugees in South Africa who are undocumented, what do we need to get the documentation? Let's stop just talking about the problem. What is the solution? And if we are saying on the other side, this rhetoric of abahambe, to what end? When it's your turn, what are you going to do? Are you also leaving? Economic inclusion. I'd like us to understand when we say economic inclusion, what does that look like? You can be economically included and we can suddenly say all Chicken Licken in South Africa will employ only the queers. Is that what you want? Then voting rights. When we talk about voting rights, again, we must also be fair with the system, right? So the South African system is failing for South Africans generally in most instances. But when we talk about voting rights, we are talking about a particular category of voting rights that are being missed. How do we articulate those voting rights and how they are being violated? So who are we talking about? This session is about articulating ourselves. We don't just make a statement, we support the statement with what it is that we want to happen. So I'm saying, how do we articulate the kinds of inclusion that we want, especially in economy, right? And so if you're saying we're making economic inclusion, does that just mean everybody that's here can get a job at ShopRite and it solves the issue? No. Well, I mean, maybe it's not, maybe it's yes, I don't know. Support queer media. When we're talking about queer media, there will be water in 10 minutes. When we talk about queer media, I know Mamba and Line are in the room with us, so I'm going to ask this question with my chest. Mamba and Line is probably our lifeline as a communication platform because it's information that is for us. We're going to block you with your adverts here. Okay, but on a serious note, we're saying that we need to support queer media, and I don't disagree. But my question is one that is more pointed. When we support queer media, is that support including mainstream integration into media? Because I wonder, I know maybe about 5 prominent queers that are on the TV screen every day. And I wonder when we say queer media, are we including them? Do we know that there are queers on the TV every day? Every single day, many. On radio, every single day, many. And my question then in this instance, and it's not to Mamba, but I mean, this was raised by Mamba, we need to support queer media, but how much support do we need to give to queer media specifically? And how much do we need to give in terms of mainstreaming queer people into the media landscape? Does it achieve the same thing? I'd like us to think a little bit more about mental health and education. If mental health is a permeating problem, that means it's affecting everybody. How do we segment the mental health issue that we're talking about? Or is there more value in us as LGBTQIA+ people joining mainstream mental health advocacy? Because mental health doesn't choose who you are. You either have mental health or you don't, you know. And so my question is, are we talking mainstream or are we talking specific? Again, I'm challenging you, I'm asking you devil's advocate questions. Please don't fight me, ne? We want education of government and schools, and I think I want to link this back to a previous point that was made to say, as LGBTQIA+ people, can we be paid for our work that we are doing in NGOs? I want to ask a critical question here. I think in the time that I have been part of this sector, I'm in another sector now, but in my memory, I could at least recall 150 workshops that I did with government, SEPs, you name it, I've been there. From housing to correctional services to DSD, we've gone. How do we know when we've achieved sufficient education in government and schools? When do we say, okay, no, we've done what we need to do? Because realistically, the goalpost is shifting. You go today, you go and speak to a school, grade 1 to 12 is in that school now. In 3 years' time, that school's grade 1 to 12 are not the same cohort. And then it's the same thing in government again. So is our strategy working? I'm not saying we don't need education, but it's the way that we're educating working. And if it's not, where's the problem? Youth political education. I really, really liked this point. We are taken from pillar to post with political organizations. You get a loaf of bread and a flag, you're fine. I wish we could stop getting loaves of bread and get dignity. Can we swap bread for dignity? So when we're talking about these things, right, my question becomes, when we talk about youth political education, where do you draw the line on the political education for queers? Are you only a queer, are you a South African youth that needs to be politically educated? I'm going to say it one more time. Are you only a queer? Do we only need political education here? Or do we need a broader political education? Because something that is apparent to me is if we were politically educated, we would know that our whole mining industry is built on the back of immigrants here in this country. Small piece of education that could fundamentally change the way we think. GBVF, why don't we show up when the nation is being shut down? Finished, end point. The invisibility of the eye and bodily autonomy. When we started LGBTQIA+++ at GLOW and in the first Pride March and the eye was not there. 30 years later, every year people go to Pride and the eye is still not there. How do we get the eye there if 30 years later we keep on going to Pride and not saying anything about the eye? Yeah. Okay. Sustaining a movement and the counter movement. I do also want to ask this again. And I think you may find what I'm saying problematic because what I'm asking you is when we are exceptionalized as queer bodies, it means that we are removed from other conversations. So my question becomes when there is a largely Christian fundamental movement that is promoting family rights, do we appear again as queer people? Or do we appear as Africans? Do we appear as LGB? Do we appear as, I don't know, the families themselves? Because I'm sure we've got families even here. So what identity do we take on in relation to this counter movement that is moving? I'm going to stop shortly. Sawe, online you told us about Sawe. I think that Sawe is a very popular and important tool in our landscape. For those of you who don't know it, it is the South African Workplace Equality Index. It tells us where the queers are in corporate. I think this is a critical tool. I do want to ask, however, when Sawe is going to get money for Pride on an annual basis as part of the work that it does, when it appears and launches in Pride Month every year, what do we achieve by Sawe? I'm not saying it's not an effective tool. I'm trying to understand when we do this measurement, what do we do with the data that comes out once we've measured? So when we say there are only 6 corporate executives that are queer in the country, then what? And then the final one is when we are talking about religion and culture, are we also going to, in this conversation, recognize that culture performs in a particular way and that there are parameters in culture? At least religion, we can engage because religion is a lot more diverse. But when we talk about culture, particularly in South Africa, we are talking about very specific things. That includes initiation, That includes Ugutwala. Are we having those conversations? Can we enter those conversations? And if we are, what will we be saying? Okay, so we're gonna break up into the same group. I'm gonna answer the questions in the group, unless it's burning. Okay.
So when we talk about creating like economic inclusion, we talk about housing, etc., where there's a benefit being provided, at what point do we verify whether someone is in fact a member of the LGBT community or are they an opportunist? Thanks.
And I'm hearing the same question goes to the refugee migrants. I wonder if you can talk, what is the test that you do? It used to be a pencil test. What is the test that? Okay, with that said, we're going to split into the same 4 groups. You know who you are. Please go to the corners. You have the discussion, same thing. Have a representative come back. We will stop this conversation at 1:45, so you'll have about 25 minutes to converse. For those of you who are in the room, we're noticing that a lot of people went outside. There's some water and refreshments. So if you want to start outside and then come back to your conversations.
Share that beat of love. to me. That makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Hey, it's you and the things you do to me. That makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. All the time, he makes me glad that I'm alive. Together, we will survive. And what do you think brought the sun out today?
middle of the room, just stay where you are. I'm going to start the session, so make a choice. You're either out or in. Okay, welcome back to the session. We're about to get going. Can I please ask for you to pause your conversations just for this last segment? Hi, can you see me? I'm here in front. Just in case you forgot, I'm here. Hi. Hello. Okay, so I've asked you to stay where you are. Can I please ask if you're having a different conversation, can we please just keep it here? Okay. We are at the last hour of this program, and we are going to try now to bring the threads of the program together. How this is going to work is each group has a microphone close to them. So you are maybe sitting on it, it's in front of you, it's in a corner, you would have seen me putting a microphone close to each of the groups. We are going to start in the other way because we started with one earlier and I'm fair. We'll start with 4 and move backwards now. Okay? So we are going to hear what are the most pressing issues that you have some solutions for in group 4. Remember, you don't have to talk about all of the issues. The ones that were burning in your group are what we're looking for. Group 4, please go ahead. It's that group at the back.
Hi again, everyone. We are group 4, and then based on the questions or the topics that we were given to talk about, we've got 3 that were standing out to us, which was around unity, housing, and migration, migrant protection. Number 1, when it comes to unity, here we had a lot of back and forth, mostly because we were trying to get to a point where or rather to a point in understanding what does unity really mean to us as queer beings, right? And we then break it down into 2 segments. One is around understanding each other as the alphabet community, since that will allow us to recognize the privilege that we individually hold as the queer bodies, right? I'm saying so as a trans woman who passed through the heteronormativity characteristics or heteronormativity roles that were put out there, to say that there are rooms that I can walk in and not be discriminated against unless if ever I come out as a transgender woman. So being able to recognize that as a privilege, it will allow me to echo my voice when I'm inside those rooms in ensuring that I raise the voice of those ones who can't be able to walk into that room just because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and sexual characteristics. And the second one is then going back to the Pride organizers and Pride organization to push them in taking accountability around the terms and the purpose of Pride. Because in today's world, Pride, it's more about us going to the streets, dancing, and showing that we can show up colorfully and forgetting the struggle, and also forgetting the purpose at a get-go, to say what's the root purpose. And then second one, it's housing. And here on housing, do we need housing and how do we need it? Is it like something that will get the RDPs being erected there at the social movement and we get the stands as the queer beings? No. What we want it is that we want a queer shelter that accommodates queer beings. We do have older queer beings that they were discriminated while they were still growing up. So what is it that makes us think that at a later stage the family will accept them when they are old? So having those queer shelters, it's something that we want as the queer being to say that we want a safe place for our queer beings, so that at a later stage, when they are old and they can no longer take care of themselves, they will have that shelter that will take care of them. And remove that mentality that we have to say that, oh no, queers when they get older, they retire. There's no retirement in this journey. The other one is going back to the housing at the moment, the likes of your RDPs and social housing. Let's go back to review the requirements that's there so that it includes the queer beings and also cater for them. Because in most of them, or rather one of the requirements in today's life is that one needs to be married or one needs to be in a relationship, right? Of which, again, that is then perpetuated against into the heteronormativity box, of which it's not each and every queer being that confirms to that heteronormativity box. So we're saying that we are going back to that social housing requirements and review them in ensuring them that they include us as queer beings going forward. And then the last one was migration protection. Where do we draw the line? And here we had a huge of back and forth. The huge reason for the back and forth is because of the lived experience that we have differently experienced as queer beings, and also again on around the aspect of identifying, to say that how are we going to identify, or how are they going to identify to say that you are coming through as someone who's saying that I'm gay and you are not gay presenting, or you saying that I'm lesbian but you are not lesbian presenting. How are they going to say that indeed you are lesbian, and how are you going to be treated going further? Whereby we then also have stories that we shared as the team around the issue when we were talking about the issue of saying that, oh no, we can talk around the issue of sensitization, and to say that sensitization has happened for quite a period of time. Sensitization has happened, but where did it land us? Nowhere. I'm someone who, like, by 2023, I was violated, harshly so, by a traffic cop. By then, I was still waiting for my ID to be amended with Home Affairs. And what transpired was that I was stopped. And in me presenting my driver's license, of which by then it was still saying male, the man had the gut and the nerve to say that I have to feel your boobies so that I know that you are indeed. Yes, they had to feel the boobies on that moment. I was driving, and I'm living in South Africa. In South Africa, there's a lot of things that has happened. I had to allow them to touch me. I had to allow them to feel my boobies so that I can be able to make it home safe, right? And then in conclusion, however, we came back to say that the only thing that we can do at the moment is to rally behind the act that is being introduced, which is the Hate Crime Act. Because if ever we say that we want to go back to sensitization, we have done that. Where has it led us? Nowhere. Till to date, we're still being questioned. Till to date, if ever I pull through today, or rather back then, by the year 2023, 2024, if ever I was to show up in a place, I had to explain myself. And in me explaining myself, in most cases, it was putting myself in danger, and also out there for hate crime, being discriminated against, and the likes. And that's all that we had from Group 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to the next group, I just want to check then Group 4. I know we didn't have a lot of time. Is there anything maybe that you felt really you wanted to comment on but you couldn't out of those topics? I won't open for 4 or 5 inputs, maybe one more in case there's something that you missed that was burning. Or otherwise we okay? Can we move on?
Okay, the other one, it's number 4, around the issue of inclusivity. How do we want ourselves to be included going forward, right? mostly when it comes to economic inclusion. When we're talking about economic inclusion, we're not saying that we want the post to come out saying that we want 30 gays or 30 lesbians. No, we are saying that we're saying that it starts with us as queer beings. Let's be the one who goes out there and make sure that we penetrate those spaces. And after penetrating those spaces, let us go in and fight for the inclusion of the others. To say that I'm here as a queer being, and as a queer being in the space that I'm in, I will advocate for queer beings. I'm someone that I have a saying that I go about on each and every day to say that I'm a transgender woman in corporate space who's rewriting the history of trans people in corporate space. To say that if ever you were a trans person in corporate space who couldn't be yourself, I'm here not to erase your struggle, not to erase your history, but to add a page on it, to say that I can be myself in corporate space, and there's no one who will erase me in that space. And me saying that I will not be erased is not me going in and sit back and say that I'm waiting for them to erase me so that I raise my voice. No, it's going in and work 2 times, 3 times more than the other, so that tomorrow when something has to go south, they will know that we'd rather lose 4 of them in the table than to lose this one in the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to group 3 next?
Okay, hi everyone. So we've identified 3 issues mainly. So first being access to healthcare. So just to contextualize it a bit, specifically with queer issues, we need to understand that when it comes to gender affirming healthcare, it's not easily accessible to the majority of people who seek it. Also, what we need to understand is that when LGBTQIA+ individuals go into the current healthcare system, they feel as though they are discriminated against. They don't feel comfortable because they feel as though healthcare workers are not professionally trained when it comes to sensitization. So even though it may have been implemented previously, I've seen in the Northern Cape Department of Health, they've done an LGBTQ sensitization. We also need to monitor whether those are effective or not, because it's not enough to say that we've done it and then we don't monitor the progress of it. So we think that sensitization can still be done, provided that firstly, there's monitoring of it, but then secondly, we need to also have accountability measures. What happens in an instance when LGBTQI+ individual feels unsafe in the healthcare system? Who do they go to next? So we need clear reporting lines in that regard, okay? But then what we also need to understand here is that specifically when it comes to public health facilities, 85% of the South African population rely on public health services. Why this is important is because if we say LGBTQIA+ are disproportionately disadvantaged when it comes to economic accessibility, that means they're relying on public health services. So we have to strengthen those as well, right? So then what does this look like? It means that firstly, we need to prioritize LGBTQIA+ groups in health issues that affect them. For example, recently in South Africa, we've rolled out the lenacapavir injection. So that's a 6-monthly injection to prevent HIV. So when rollouts happen, they prioritize a specific group of people due to limited stock of the medication. In this regard, LGBTQIA individuals must be prioritized. This includes men having sex with other men as well, because we know that they are more susceptible to getting HIV. So it's stuff like that. We need actual policy changes that's being implemented practically, and that's the first practical example. But then secondly, we need education on what gender affirming healthcare is, because currently there's a misconception. When we have this conversation, we talk about surgery all the time, but that's not the reality. So if I want to transition into a man, I would first undergo hormonal changes, right? I would get on testosterone. I'm not going to undergo a surgical procedure. So we need to make the public aware, especially the community aware, of what gender affirming care looks like, and that also it can be reversible as well. And I think that a lot of confusion comes from miseducation and the fact that people don't know what it is. So then what this looks like is healthcare professionals educating themselves on the topic and then also educating the community, but fellow healthcare professionals as well, right? And then we need to talk about the cost of gender-affirming healthcare, because it's really not that expensive when you're talking about hormonal procedures or hormone replacement. So even then, if they are accessing it privately as well, we think that PMB benefits should be a thing when it comes to medical aid. So even though 15% of the population are on medical aid, it's still important. So this means that if someone wants to get gender-affirming care, it should be a cover on private medical aid. And then lastly, we're talking about access to reproductive health care. So by this, we mean things like condoms to practice safe sex. We also mean things like contraception. And lastly, but most importantly, when we talk about the health system, we also need to have a conversation about sexual violence, because gender non-conforming individuals are also greatly affected compared to the rest of the population when it comes to sexual assault and violence. And how does the healthcare system link to this? It's linked because in order to collect evidence for prosecution, you need to fill in a form, right? A medical inspection form or body inspection form. And that's done at a healthcare system by a healthcare worker. So if I am a queer person accessing healthcare, I want to make sure I feel safe enough to do so. Previously, someone just shared a story about how the system basically failed them. So we're saying that, okay, we'll give you sensitization, but we also want accountability. What happens if this is what happens to me in the system? If I'm being treated badly, there has to be accountability and there has to be better governance. The second issue we spoke about is the verification of migrants, specifically LGBTQI plus individuals. So here we said that when it comes to immigrants, we are not going to view them in isolation. That is to say, yeah, we'll accept you because you're a gay immigrant. We think that when it comes to the issue, people should be viewed as a whole, holistically, and not just based on their sexuality. What that means is, I'm not going to say, yes, I'll protect you because you're a gay Nigerian. But we're saying, okay, no, but you never mind you're poor, you're a straight person. That doesn't make sense. We're saying that whether you're a poor Nigerian, whether you're a gay Nigerian, not specific to Nigerians, but any African in general, we must be able to protect each other. So we're saying on this issue, our stance is that regardless of what your nationality is, or your status, we must be able to protect people within our community and citizens in South Africa. Last year, what happened at public hospitals is that people were denying access to care for a pregnant Zimbabwean woman. People were actually going into hospitals and kicking others out, checking their ID, and you can't do that. That's not how the law even works. You don't even have authorization to be going around checking people's status as well. So it's things like these that we need to protect. Now, when it comes to border control, we must remember, yes, that is the government's job, but what can we do in our responsibility as citizens of South Africa? For instance, you should have protected that woman who was heavily pregnant and being kicked out of the hospital because that's someone seeking emergency care. South African law allows healthcare triage. It allows that person to be treated in the first place. So as citizens, sure, we can't control borders, right? But we can protect each other. And I think that's the stance we're taking on this issue, that regardless of what your nationality is, what your sexuality is, we should be protecting each other. And then lastly, when it comes to mental health, so here it's pretty much also realizing that a lot of the issues we have don't exist in isolation. And why I say this is because, yes, when it comes to queer individuals, we are susceptible to having mental conditions, but it's not because it's genetic, due to things like social stigmatization, due to things like being kicked out of your home for being queer. So you're more likely to experience that social ostracization. And I think the byproduct of that as well is substance abuse. I think that's why a lot of our safe spaces look like ones where we are consuming alcohol, but we are unable to have productive conversations, where we're unable to constructively come together and share joy. So as a result of that, the cure to substance abuse would then be mental health. For example, if I'm an alcoholic, I still need to seek mental health care to treat that condition, because even substance abuse is a health issue. Now, the problem here is that in South Africa, 90% of people who have a mental illness do not have access to healthcare. 1 in 3 South Africans either do have or will have a mental health crisis in their lifetime. So even though LGBTQIA individuals are heavily affected by this issue, we must recognize it's firstly a South African issue if 90% of people either will have a mental health crisis or are living with one. So we think to combat this, we need to look at the conversation more broadly. Currently, mental health care in South Africa is not accessible, and there are many reasons for this, all systemic and structural. For instance, if you go to a public health facility, they have a shortage of specialists. That means they're not able to pay psychiatrists to meet the demand if you have 90% of the population to serve. Where's the money going? We need to be combating things like corruption. We need to be combating things like 2 billion stolen from Tembisa Hospital at the cost of mental health services. So we think with this issue, lastly then, we need to be looking at the issue more broadly and not specific to our community, because that's how we're going to be able to afford services in the long term.
Thank you. I'm about to come to group 2, but I think it's crucial that we just pay attention to what is being said online, because it challenges our thinking in the room. There's a comment online by Samora Mbambi. I'm going to try and summarize it because it's a very long comment, but it starts off by saying, I would like to respectfully add a perspective from my position as a South African and as someone who is both invested in and affected by these discussions. It goes on to say, I think we should be careful not to unilaterally demonize or other people simply because they hold views that differ from what might appear to be the majority position on highly contested and complex issues such as immigration, migration policy. It is important to recognize that there are queer people and allies who themselves, South African citizens, members or supporters of movements such as March and March, Operation Dudula, who may share concerns or views on immigration that are broadly aligned with those held by many South Africans. I'm going to skip to the end because I think that explains the gist. It says at the end, unfortunately, I'm not able to articulate this position as fully as I would like to in writing, particularly as I'm joining virtually and not in person. However, I hope to attend future sessions in person where I can engage more meaningfully. Migration is undoubtedly a sensitive issue, often polarizing subject, precisely because it is so controversial. We need to tread carefully, listen generously, and ensure that all participants are afforded the same opportunity to contribute to this important nation-building conversation. With that said, I do want to say, Samora and others, if you just look at the way that the conversation has been structured, something that I've been quite careful of, in fact, in the last 13 discussions, is not sitting at one end or the other of the conversation, because I don't know that that helps us. People are holding diametrically opposing views in this conversation. But where I am trying to guide us, Samora and others in the room, is to say, if you are putting the problem on the table, what is the proposed solution? And I know that's a very difficult question to answer, but South Africa is being hamstrung by the inability to move past the problem. We are only identifying the problem. No one is telling us what to do about the border, or about the system, or about the legal framework. No one is telling us about who is going to provide the jobs, who is going to stop corruption. And these are all issues that are part of the same conversation. But when we reduce this conversation to a them and us, it doesn't help anybody. And we must, of course, observe first and foremost that particularly in this community, unlike everywhere else, at least that's my assessment, there's a unique perspective that we need to have here. Because the rights that have brought many people to this country, the privileges that have brought many people to this country are not widespread, and we heard that this morning in the presentations that were made. I'm going to leave it at that just so that it is clear to everybody that this is not a partisan conversation. We are not going to take sides. We are going to offer our opinions. Everybody will be heard, and we will all be able to put solutions on the table. Ultimately, those will be taken back and will be the great job of the steering committee and others to figure out what to do next. Okay, let's go to group 2. And I'm sorry for having my back to you.
It's on now. Okay. It's on. Okay. So group number 2, we spoke on housing. So group number 2 says because already we do have some temporary houses that are, so they want, first of all, they want temporary housing that will help LGBTQ plus people transition back into the real world. So what we are asking for, we are not asking to start from scratch, but we are asking DSD to support structures that are already there and are already serving the LGBT community to come forward and also support these structures. I think last year or 2 years back, DSD recently opened a men's shelter in the Western Cape. So what we're asking basically for the same thing, that they come and support your fruit baskets who have these transitional homes for the LGBT and support them through funding. We also want, obviously, shelters to be inclusive. And again, I just mentioned the men's housing that was opened by DSD. We are also asking that they consider also opening something for the LGBT, where government can actually say that queer community, we have housing and this is what we've got for you. So we also spoke about RDP houses, and the one thing that came from RDP houses is that they are always built away from urban areas. And the issue with them being away from urban areas, we work in urban areas, so it requires us to travel. We have our malls, our clothing shops in urban areas, so it is unfair that if we're being given houses, we be given settlements in your townships or in the rural areas. So we are asking that RDP houses also be built for queer people within the urban area, where also our children can also have access to schools too. I'll hand over to Mandy to speak about migrants.
Okay. The question around migrants was that where do we draw the line between migrants and inclusion, right? I think, to just be fair, I remember in our group had one member who said that actually they were not informed about what a migrant is, what an asylum seeker is. For the sake, I think we have migrants. A migrant quickly is someone who today decide to say, oh, I want to go to South Africa, I want to go to Tanzania to start a new life, to look for jobs, opportunities, and stuff. Whereas an asylum seeker is someone who feels persecution due to political involvement, for being a member of the LGBTQI plus community, as well as someone who has got, who is running away from conflict and stuff. So, and then what we are seeing in South Africa right now is that we are not, pardon me, I'm not gonna do dialogue, but I'm just giving a context of who is in the room, who is in the, in South Africa right now. It pains so much that LGBTQI plus asylum seekers and migrants are mistaken for normal migrant, right? Even if you're saying an LGBTQI plus asylum seeker and migrant to leave the country today, they're not gonna leave, because according to also the Refugee Convention, the UN Refugee Convention says that once you declare your country unsafe for you, you can't go back. Meaning that it doesn't matter what you say, as in a host, you cannot make this person to go back unless you do not have a sense of humanity, this person back to persecution, and sometimes can even lead to loss of life in the country of origin. So hence we are saying that we are not drawing the line, because human rights are universal. It speaks to everybody. It doesn't matter whether black, white, documented, undocumented. We are not drawing that line. But however, some of the things that we can do is that once a child is born in South Africa, let's say one of the parents is a migrant that are in South Africa, the child should be able to get for themselves a document. The child should not bear the consequences of what the parent has done. If the parent is not documented, the child was born here, they should be able to have a document, right? And then whereas as a national dialogue, I think this is where we say we should include LGBTQI plus asylum seekers and migrants. If, for example, there is an opportunity, or there is an opportunity to hear views of LGBTQI plus migrants, and then you realize that, okay, I think at some point maybe they are not documented. Why don't you then just, you know, go to them and consult with them to say, hey, we would want you to be in Pretoria for these conversations, but because you're not documented, how do we make sure that your voices are included without putting in danger, right? Because the whole point of being an asylum seeker who is queer is that there's, you know, a level of challenges, right? From discrimination itself for being who you are, and there's also an element of you not having a document, which, like, two things. So as organizers of event, or if we are really willing to include these voices into the talk, we should be able to look at other channels. One of the basic examples that I can give is that if I'm not able to be present in a dialogue, I should be able to join online. That's something that has happened there, and contributions are going on well. Inclusion does not necessarily mean that, okay, no, we have to actually bring Mandy into that room. No, Mandy can be wherever Mandy is, it doesn't matter, but as long as Mandy's voice is, you know, is tolerated. So yeah, we are saying that not all LGBTQI plus asylum seekers in this country are undocumented. There are some who are documented at some certain point, right? The elephant right now in the room is discrimination, homophobia, transphobia, intersex phobia. You can mention the rest. The elephant in the room. So it doesn't make any difference. Someone who is non-South African, someone who is South African, while they're crying for the same thing, they're crying for the same change. It doesn't really make any difference. So hence, we need that inclusion to happen. And please, 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 my cry is that LGBTQI plus asylum seekers and migrants, they should not be mistaken for a normal migrant who just flee their country today because they want to integrate. Because these two, one of them are able to go back to their country. As a normal migrant, I can go back to my country today. Whereas an asylum seeker can never go back to their country. That is the difference. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mandy. The other topic we touched on was mental health. So currently, mainstream mental health does not include LGBTQ+, so we don't have anything specific for our community. And we want to ask, we want mental health facilities to create systems that cater for the queer communities, because we all experience problems differently. We're also asking for the administration side of us going to these facilities. Sometimes they don't accommodate us, and I'm speaking in terms of forms that you have to fill when you arrive at the facility. These forms usually do not include information that asks us about our queerness, because that also contributes to our mental health and mental well-being. We also we don't want to rebuild from scratch again, like we said. So what we're also asking is that within public health facilities, let's have dedicated healthcare sections, so for LGBT, and dedicated healthcare workers who can assist our community. So just like how in police station, there's an LGBT desk for us queer people to be able to report our crimes, in public health facilities and private health facilities, they should also have something similar where they can accommodate LGBTQ plus. And another thing, also in terms of mental health, we need free spaces. A lot of the spaces where we go and chill and relax are closing down. So we need more spaces where we can just dedela blood, let your mind be free, and where queer people can just relax and not think about their daily problems. We touched also a bit on education, and we know a lot of sectors go through sensitization. We want government to actually
enforce sensitization and make it some sort of a certification that is needed for some sectors. So as a healthcare worker, you should have a certificate for sensitization so that we know that you're able to deal with either LGBTQ people or people living with a disability. Okay. Now on the support queer media. Okay. On the support queer media, when we ask for you guys to support queer media, we're basically asking for you to support a platform that tells your story. Your mainstream media will only come on days where we have like big breakthroughs. So your Kwakanya cases that made headlines were on the headline for just that moment and then they moved on. But Mamba is still here documenting every time we go into court. So we queer media dedicates itself to supporting telling queer stories. And if you guys do not want your voices to die down, then you need to support platforms like Mamba Online to preserve the history that you guys are making currently. Can you imagine if you do not have Mamba Online? Who's gonna report on this dialogue? Who's gonna report it? It's a Mamba. So you guys need to support queer publications because we're the ones who are documenting your history. Things like Brenda Fassie coming out as a woman. She came out to us. And now when her family wants this kind of information, they come to us because she spoke to us directly. That's history in the making. The first Pride that we had was covered by Mamba Online. We still have all of that archive. So it's important that when we want to one day celebrate these days, we are the people who are here, who've been documenting your stories, and you guys can see the progress through the years that we've gone. Last point, just to touch on Sawi. So Sawi saw a gap within corporate organizations, or let me just say organizations, where organizations will say we are implementing a DEI initiative, but they are in no way showcasing how they are measuring the success of all these policies and DEI initiatives that they are including within the organization. So Sawi is basically helping organizations to see what they are missing and what will better look like for people within the workspace. And basically, Sawi is trying to give employers a blueprint in order to be able to communicate with the LGBTQ people. So Sawi sets the benchmark for organizations to help them move from having good intentions to actually having structures. And those policy structures that support policies and initiatives implemented. So they basically give you practical ways to assess whether these policies work within your organization. So that is what happens with the data. Companies can go back and assess and see, okay, 5 years, this is where we are, and this is how the implementation of the policy is. How are we looking now? And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to the last group, and that's going to bring us towards the end of the discussion. So if we can please hear from group one.
Okay, thank you so much. Group one, points number one, we've touched on the unity where we were breaking it down based on what does it mean to each and every individual. So number one, it means that we need to practice equity. So meaning that everyone, they need to be treated the same, not based on their class, because of it also speaks pertaining to exclusivity in all the work. We believe that all the LGBTQs, they receive all these services, but as the community, we need to practice equity. Secondly is that we need to implement laws and legislations that will bridge the gap where there should be a common bond amongst the queer community to reduce the issues of classism, the wealthy ones and the ones who are coming from a poor background. We all need to be treated equal. On our second point, we've touched on the inclusion of healthcare. So with the inclusion of healthcare, we have clustered it with other departments. It could be your Department of Justice, SAPS, and Education. So one thing that we have said is that the department, they should stop stigmatizing and classifying the LGBTQ community, putting them as the vulnerable sector, because we feel that it discriminates the community. We are, according to the Constitution, it says everyone is equal. So it doesn't specify in terms of an individual. So they should stop stigmatizing and classifying the communities, the LGBT community. And another thing that we have mentioned under the inclusion of healthcare is the fast tracking services. It needs to be monitored and evaluated thoroughly, especially when we speak about the gender. Is it gender marker? Yes, ID and gender marker, because that also discriminates the trans community and the intersex community, especially when they need to receive the services from these institutions. There should be also a review of laws and policies by our institutions so that they can be adaptable and neutralized in all government systems. Right, and then point number 3, GBV and youth politics. So here we have said that education, it must start at a young age. It shouldn't be when you complete matric, but politics, it influences everyone. So political education, it must start at a young age so that young people, they grow up understanding and knowing what does politics mean. And also with the GBV, there should be also a review of curriculum in the political sector, whether the LGBTQ or gender equality, it is included. If it's not included, there should be a review on that so that political leaders or political activists, they are fully educated not to exclude the LGBTQ sectors. And this may lead to them being taken accountable if there is any of discrimination or any exclusion amongst the young political leaders. Same applies with the GBV. So with the GBV, there are policies that are there. We need to put them into practice or implement them in our communities based on those 6, is it 6 or 7 pillars? 6 pillars, yes. We need to practice them in our community. Lastly, we have touched on the sensitization towards the taxi industry. The taxi industry needs to be sensitized because also GBVF happens a lot where our LGBTQ communities, they are being raped, discriminated, sexually harassed by the taxi drivers. So they need to be sensitized and also be taken accountable. In failure doing that, policies and laws, they need to be practiced in that department. Number 4, migration protection. With the migration protection, we all need to follow our constitution, laws, policies, legislation that will protect our migrants in our country. Meaning all migrants that are in South Africa or that are in South Africa, they need to be documented by the Department of Home Affairs and International Relations. So these 2 departments are the ones that we need to be account pertaining to the migrants that are in our country. And then in doing that, we need to partner and collaborate with international stakeholders and government institutions in ensuring that the LGBTQ migrants are protected and catered based on the laws that are meant for internationals and also in our country. There should be a key indicators of what does it mean for being queer and migrant. So this touches on the psychosocial support programs for the migrant who are in South Africa, who need to be supported by the programs for mental health. And so another part that we have touched on in terms of the service delivery, there should be a full professional representation of all genders, not specifically for the LGBTQ community, because we understand that there are LGBTQ communities that are professionals, that are mayors, that are deputy ministers. We have examples of them, but there should be a full representation and ensuring that they are accountable in delivering those services in our communities and also on the national seat. With sensitization, there should be a free, healthy, safe space in all professional fields. It shouldn't focus only on NGOs, because NGOs are the ones are providing the healthy, safe space. I remember when the Nelson Mandela Hospital it was built, it had a safe space for patients. So that need to be practiced in all institutions, so that our professionals, they are taken account if they break the law of customer or consumer rights. Yes. Okay, rights of disability and poor, these rights for disability, poor and older people which are migrants, right? Yes, okay, which are migrants. They also need to be protected by our government institutions. And our last point, we said no to prison rape culture targeting migrants, meaning no matter what crime they have committed, rape is not part of the penalty. And in this, it advocates on our international relation organization, especially since we are facing the immigrant challenges. I think we have covered everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are about to draw this conversation to a close, and I'm thinking that we don't have much time. So I'd like to do something. If I could please ask DM if there are any takeaways for you that you'd like to highlight, kind of you've been listening into the conversation. Is there any particular feedback that you'd like to give? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I also know some of these comments have come specifically to you, and I do want to create that opportunity.
No, thank you very, very much. I take up the very kind invitation, but I take it up with a little bit of circumspection, because I think this is a national dialogue that is meant to be a citizen-driven national dialogue, and I wouldn't want the impression to be created either explicitly or by implication that government is having the last word. So please, I don't think it should be taken in that spirit. And I think I have, as you say, been listening, because I do believe very strongly that human beings have been given 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. For me, the one theme that has emerged very strongly through many of the conversations that have taken place here today is the correlation between inclusion and transformation. Because at one level, we're saying in relation to the economy, in relation to housing, in the relation to healthcare, that there needs to be greater inclusion. But at the same time, I think what we're saying is that perhaps our existing economy, healthcare system, housing system needs its own transformation, and that it's not necessarily the solution to include, in a mechanical sense, into a system that in some cases is not functioning the way it should or is broken, because that will come with its own problems. And I think many speakers, and including Deputy Minister Lgbtqia, spoke at length about intersectionality, and I think that ties for me very closely to the provisions of our Constitution, in particular improving the quality of life of all citizens, but also freeing the potential of each person. And freeing the potential of each person inherently implies that you have to look at a person in totality. There were 4 issues that were raised specifically, and were directed to me, and I don't, as I said, I don't want to respond in a last word kind of way. But the first is the issue of the expansion or inclusion in preferential procurement. I would say that proposal needs further interrogation in this national dialogue. There are fundamental policy issues, which I'll come to just now. There are also more technical issues. Is that if you propose an expansion of the criteria for preferential procurement, you would obviously need legally to define. And if you're going to say that LGBTQIA+ should be one of those, there would obviously be definitional issues. And I think that could be quite a complex area. It also, within the sector, the argument might be that there are also differential degrees of need for inclusion. So I do think those things need to be that discussion needs to be taken forward. But at the same time, I think we need to ask, in the context of a national dialogue, the underlying question, and that is the extent to which, as a state, we rely on outsourcing and procurement, which very often has had the effect of undermining state capacity, especially where we say we need a developmental state. Procurement has also been at the center of a lot of the problems that are currently being ventilated through the Madlanga Commission and others. And that's not to say that state procurement doesn't have a very, very important, I would argue, an essential role to play in broader social and economic transformation. But I think it is something that we need to engage. The issue of red tape reduction, I think, is something that we can only agree with. But again, it presupposes some underlying questions. Are we not in a vicious circle? There are manifestations of corruption. We're trying to prevent that, so we regulate more. The more regulation we have, the more the space there is. Government spend is a conversation that I would like to take up. I don't agree fully that government spending, especially also the Department of Justice, is devoted only to dialogues. But that's a conversation that we can gladly have. Lastly, on the LGBTQIA+ Parliament, again, I think it's a proposal that needs to be ventilated further, and we need to add flesh to that proposal. First of all, I mean, just from a more procedural point of view, I would be reluctant as a member of the executive to speak on behalf of Parliament, because the Youth Parliament, Women's Parliament, are things that initiated by Parliament. I'm happy to convey those, but I do think we also need to ask as to what would be the role of such a Parliament. Because we very often say that we come together in fora and fora and fora, and we talk and we talk and we talk. But that often doesn't translate into action. Talking is better than not talking. But I think when we create a structure like that, we also need to be clear what exactly is its role and function going to be. And once it is talked, what is going to happen? Is that talk going to be walked? Thanks.
I think we've got some very important insights in this conversation. They've been noted. I know that we are very much out of time, but I've been asked several times just to be attentive to the chat. And then once I've attended to the chat, I'm going to ask the last co-chair to join us just to kind of give an overview of the discussion and to close the session for us. So if you give me a second, I'm hoping there's a mic here, someone.
So coming back to the online space, Kelly says, you're absolutely right, Nombilo, plus it's not like we're contributing to courses anyway. We support the NSPCA, for example. Maybe we redirect those funds to community and sector organizations and service providers. Sawe, our report is also not for the companies. We exist for the community. So any community member or sectoral representative can use the report. You can go to any of the employers that are mentioned in the report and ask them to do business with you based on their recognition, etc. You're welcome to reach out to us. There is an email address there. I'm not going to read it out. I will ask, however, that as part of the reporting from this cluster that we share the information. Then the last one says, before LGBTQI+, we have to remember that we are humans, then South Africans by virtue of birth. What Mandy has just said is emotionalizing the truth of what immigration laws say about immigrants that are legally documented in South Africa to not be questioned, simply because they lack freedom of expression and living their truths as gays in their countries. That's totally insane. It is not the government and SA's responsibility to make sure that refugees and immigrants who are gays are given grace, whereas they came here illegally. Mandy is forgetting that the grace and privilege he speaks of, we as queers who are born here don't get it. Gay or not, we are South Africans and can't be called out for citing with immigration law and made to feel guilty for doing what's right. I wish the point of Ms. Mbambi was read to full context without being cut short. This breeds classism and favoritism. Sechaba, I hope you feel like you have been well represented. Of course, there are many long comments on the chat, and so if you do feel online that you have been a little bit cut off, I do apologize. We are facing really big time constraints in the room. Mabel, can I hand over to you? Or do you need a second? Okay. With that said, I think that we are learning many important lessons about dialogue here. The thing that maybe I will part with is to say these dialogues will not be easy. If everybody was in agreement with each other, there would be no need for the dialogue. And ultimately, whether you agree with the positions taken or disagree, the virtue of the fact that you are participating in a dialogue means that somebody is listening on the other side of the equation. That may be in your favor or not, but ultimately the outcome of the dialogue is a social compact that will be decided by all who participate in the process. If you are participating online, you need to make some grace for the fact that you are participating online and won't have the same level of voice as in the room. But I do want to point out that the National Dialogue Steering Committee has spent quite a bit of time creating mechanisms online and offline to accommodate as many voices as possible. There will also be TV dialogues, radio dialogues, and the information from the dialogues will go into South African news. So there will be many opportunities to engage. There will be many opportunities to engage in the compacting that needs to happen. And there will be many more of these sessions, perhaps not only in Gauteng, but around the rest of the country. Thank you for allowing me to facilitate the session. I hope you found value in it. I hope that we are a step further than where we were this morning. And I hope that we can now move into the dialogue with confidence that our voices as LGBTQIA+ people have been heard. I'm going to hand over to the co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Without wasting time, I was requested to speak for a few minutes. Allow me to say all protocol observed and receive my warmest and revolutionary greeting to all who's here and those who are attending online. My laptop is failing me. However, we are taught to be combat ready in case of emergency. Let me start by saying that indeed we are meeting in a historic month in our calendar, a month of June, which we know that in 1976, many laid their life for freedom that we have, and also is a historic month because it's a Pride Month that we easily resonate with. Most importantly, the reason why I say we're meeting in a historic month is that the LGBTQI sector was the first sector which was entrusted with an opportunity to host the first pilot dialogue in South Africa. That on its own is a milestone. It's history. President, wherever he is, he knows that we have converged here to share our stories in shaping the nation, our country, in a national building agenda. I'm saying this because this dialogue will set precedents to other dialogues that will be unfolding across the country, in communities, in remote communities, in towns, in your wards. So this is the first dialogue. I don't want to dwell much on what have been said because our duty as the National Steering Committee and also as the sector is to ensure that we create a safe space for this dialogue to happen, and also to ensure that we facilitate this dialogue. Any story, any views that have been shared here, we can't even rebut, we can't say it's wrong or right. Ours is just to listen to you. And I can tell you that every view that have been said, every stories that have been shared today has been recorded and will be part of contributing to the national building as a citizen-led dialogue. And also safe to say that on behalf of the co-chairs and the National Steering Committee, we would like to take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who made sure that this event become realizable, this event become a success. The hands and the head that were here during the course of the past weeks to make sure that the event become a success. Not forgetting the sector, you yourself. If you did not RSVP today, this event was not going to be successful because empty chairs cannot build a nation. It's your mind, it's your thought, it's your contribution, it's your shared realities, your stories, your views that build this nation. And when I was sitting and listening, I now know that the LGBTQI community is saying, nothing about us without us. It's long that we have been talking. We want to be included in the mainstream. We want to be socially included. We want to be economically included. We want to be politically included. We want to be in the decision making, in the tables where decisions are made. And if you are not inviting us to those tables, we are going to come, we are going to invite ourselves, we are going to disturb, we are going to eat, and we are going to be part of the decision making. And I must say to you, don't take this dialogue lightly. because they are creating that platform where your voice will be heard and where your voice will shape the beautiful South Africa that all we envisaged. We must be the change that we want to see. As we drive home, let's drive safe and arrive alive. And also, as in when we go to our communities, when you hear that there's a national dialogue that will be taking place, because now we're on a rollout of pilot dialogues. Pilot have started. This is the beginning. And for us as a sector, this is not the end of our dialogue. We'll be having more dialogue to come in different provinces, in different wards. So what I'm challenging you is that don't sit and say our voice is not heard. Don't sit and complain at the corner and say this is not done. They are not building institutions for us people with issues of mental health. Be the change that you want to see. Go to those communities, invite your friend, inform community members, and ensure that you attend those dialogue that will be rolled out in the next few months. I heard that the youth dialogue is also happening today. Yeah. Oh, is it okay? Okay. It's a strategic workshop. Let us participate in those dialogue. With these few words, even though I had a traitor as my friend, my laptop, I say thank you.
Just quick announcements before everyone fizzles out. As you walk out, there are refreshments in paper bags. Please take some. It's for you as you commute back home. We wanted to ensure that you don't get home still hungry.
Okay.
Please note that we will be convening a sector constituent organization meeting in the next few weeks. We will communicate in due time. Thank you.
Amandla. Amandla.